Well, good morning, Dodge County. It's a pleasure to be here this morning and get kicked off here with our open beef breeding show. Just a single entry in our Shorthorn division, so this will be our champion Shorthorn. Really a nice January heifer that the gentleman brings us. Have to appreciate her length of body and certainly her femininity and freshness up through her front 1/3. A heifer that's got plenty of muscle to her and plenty of capacity and density. You know, when we look at these calves like this coming to the show probably for the first time, it gets a little awkward. It gets a little difficult to evaluate them on the move until they kind of relax and just settle into themselves. But a heifer that's got a lot of quality to her, and I think going to make a great project moving forward. Congratulations to him.
Earning a blue ribbon in our Shorthorn Junior Heifer Calf class was Mark Hartman. Entering the ring at this time, we have our Angus Senior Heifer Calf. Well, let's all welcome Charlie to the show ring this morning with her November Angus heifer Blackberry. And Charlie brings us a really nice heifer project here in the Angus division. She indicated that she was pretty excited to be here, both Charlie and the heifer. So really a nice heifer to get us started here in the Angus division. A heifer that, as we evaluate her from the side, has so much density, so much volume through the center portion of her body. I love the way that she's built out through her hip. Really just the epitome of a beef cow and what the beef industry represents. A heifer that if we could change her any, we might freshen her up just a tick through her front 1/3, but really a complete, really high quality kind of a female. So congratulations to Charlie and Blackberry. Congratulations. Our winner in the Angus Senior Heifer Calf class was exhibited by Charlie Haase. Now, at this point, coming into the ring, we have our Hereford Summer Yearling Heifer.
Well, Weston brings us a really nice July heifer to start off our Hereford division, and we had a little conversation there. This is what we raise at our house back at home, is Hereford cattle, and back a couple generations, both on my side and my wife's side. So a little bit of a soft spot for these Hereford cattle, but you know, he brings us one that's got some quality to her. Just a July heifer, pretty immature, pretty lean in her build, but we have to appreciate the extension that she has all the way. So long spine and so long bodied. Got some bone to her, a big foot, just like a lot of things about her. I think there's a tremendous amount of future left in this young heifer. So congratulations to Weston on his single entry class winner.
Congratulations to the blue ribbon winner of our summer yearling heifer class, Hickory Grove Farms. Coming to the ring at this time, we have Hickory Grove Farms with their cow-calf pair.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is kind of what it's all about. We've got multiple generations here showing Hereford cattle, and really brings us a high-quality pair, a cow-calf pair here. You know, when we analyze this cow, there's so much density and volume in this thing, just completely explosive through the center proportion of her body and her rib capacity and her cage. Really a nice uddered cow, so clean and so fresh up through her front 1/3. Just so much density in what a beef cow should represent. And really, when we get down to it, the proof is in the pudding in the heifer calf that she's raised here, just a May 2026 baby that Maddie's on the end of the halter there. And so fresh. Obviously, the cow's doing a fantastic job getting this one raised and milking and her growth and development. A heifer that I think's got a tremendous amount of future. When we analyze her from the side, we have to appreciate her structural correctness, just the way she's designed and square out through her hip and fresh through her front 1/3. Really like her bone and footwork. Tremendous amount of future in that. Really a high quality Hereford pair, and everybody give Maddie a nice round of applause for her job out here today.
Congratulations to the winner of our cow-calf pair class of the Hereford breed is Hickory Grove Farms.
for the selection of our champion Hereford female. I think it gets pretty close here between these two, and really we're kind of comparing apples to oranges in some degree. We've got just a July heifer up here that Weston has that is so fresh and so green and got so much growth yet to go and development and maturity, but one that I think's got a tremendous amount of future in her, one that we have to so appreciate her length of body and length of spine. That thing is just long as a freight train, and I love her bone work and her footwork, the way she stands on all fours, straightforward there on her front feet. A heifer that's got a tremendous amount of quality and I think a tremendous amount of future. When she kind of slows down and catches up with herself and starts to put some middle into her and stuff, I think you're not going to recognize that thing. I think she's got a tremendous future ahead of her. The cow-calf that we come up with here in this division, I really admire this cow. You know, when we look at the cow, separate from the calf even, I just love her density and her moderation in her frame size, and so big and explosive through the center portion of her body and her cage. She's good uddered. I love her through her hip. So fresh and elegant through her front 1/3. And so we love to look at the cow standing still, but where we really see her value is in the calf behind her. Again, just a May 2026 baby, a heifer calf that's got that extension. You know, I love her out through her hip, a calf that I think, you know, she's awful young and she's got a long ways to go, but I think there's a tremendous amount of future there. So when we get down to it, comparing the two, young lady Maddie, I'm going to go with you for your champion as a cow-calf, and Weston, you're going to be reserved with your July heifer. Congratulations to our Hereford exhibitors.
Congratulations to our champion Hereford, exhibited by Hickory Grove Farms with their cow-calf pair, and a reserve champion Hereford, exhibited by Hickory Grove Farms with their summer yearling heifer. Coming into the ring at this time, we're going to have our any other breed junior heifer calves.
nice trio of all of the breed heifers, and probably some give and take, especially I think it gets real close in this top pair, and you know, some of you sitting ringside might want to switch them. I think you can probably justify that as well. I'm going to tell you what I see in them and why they're placed the way they are. The red heifer that comes in first, I just really like this one in her moderation and her density to her body. A heifer that's fresh enough up through her front 1/3. I'll give that she's maybe got a little shoulder compared to the heifer that comes in second, but I like her bone work. Probably the difference for me is I like the way that this one's constructed out through her hip and her tail head. I like her squareness and the way that she brings that down into her hock. I think that heifer's got a tremendous amount of future, and I mean, I'm kind of a club calf background, and I see that one raising some really unique and really flashy show cattle in the future. The heifer that comes in second, I'll grant you, she has the advantage in length of body, length of spine, length of body. She's a little more extended from end to end. A heifer that she's now just kind of finally settled in comfort. I love her top line and as square as she is. If I could change this heifer, probably the difference between the two of them for me is I'd like to just square her up a little bit from her hooks to her pins and into her tail head set there. But two really nice heifers to start the class. The heifer that comes in third, not to take anything away from her, probably the greenest and the most immature of the trio of heifers, and a heifer that I think in time when she catches up with them in development, she's going to run right with them. A heifer that is so fresh, so unique and so feminine from end to end. Maybe the most comfortable when she sits out here down on all fours, but a heifer that to me just needs a little more time and a little more maturity maybe to catch up to those two ahead of her. But a really nice trio of heifers. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to our winners in the Any Other Breed Junior Heifer Calf class. Placing first, we have Abby Zortman. Second, Derek Schiske. And third, we have Nolan Gentz. Entering the ring at this time, we have our senior heifer calves.
really a unique class, and you're going to experience this when you get into the all other breeds, and just so much differences in them. And you know, from one end to the other, the three of these heifers, I don't know that you could build them much different. And the heifer that I'm going to start the class with, I think does so rather handily myself. I'll be the first to admit, is she a little bit clubby built? Absolutely she is. I don't mind that. I think we have to break it down and look at all the good things that she brings to the table. This heifer, when the young lady gets her set up, I love the way that this one's constructed out of her front 1/3, the way when she was back here earlier and kind of had that, love the way that her neck sits out of the top side of her blade there, and just so arrogant about her front. But then when we come back, I mean, she's a little coarser boned maybe than the two that come behind her, but a heifer that's got so much product in her, you know, you could probably go both ways with this one as she develops in a market heifer class. But I think she's got a tremendous asset in a breeding heifer program as well. A heifer that has got so much mass and so much muscle and build to her, but yet carries that in such a feminine package. And I think a heifer that I just really appreciate the completeness and the fault-freeness of that heifer. The Charlet heifer that comes next, without a doubt, has the growth and the production performance of the three heifers. A heifer, she's also got the age advantage by a couple of months. Have to appreciate this heifer's extension, her length of body, her freshness up through her front 1/3. One that if I could change her at all and make her a little more competitive with the heifer that leads the class, is I'd like to square her up through her hip there and maybe level her out through her top line to some degree, maybe soften her up through the center portion of her body. The red Angus appearing heifer that comes in third, not to take anything away from her, kind of a miniature brood cow in the making there. I like the way that this one's constructed in her skeleton, a heifer that's extremely fresh, just giving up some performance and production to run with the two heifers ahead of her in this class. So really nice trio of heifers. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Congratulations to our senior heifer calf exhibitors. Placing first was Abby Zortman. In second, we had Hickory Grove Farms. And in third, we have Nehemiah Jenkins. Coming into the ring at this time, we have our junior yearling heifers, any other breed. Let's welcome our judge here at Dodge County today. Our judge today is Ben Lowers from Clinton, Illinois. He's a third-generation cattleman who grew up raising and showing Hereford cattle and show steers of various breeds. Ben attended Lakeland College and spent his college years and early adulthood working for and alongside the Steerwolf family of Leedy, Oklahoma on their extensive club calf operation and assisting with numerous show cattle clinics across the country. He and his wife, Nicole, currently own and operate Lower Show Cattle, where their daughters have exhibited numerous champions on the local, state, and national level throughout Illinois and the Midwest. They continue to raise Hereford cattle and club calves through a small herd of retired show heifers and market a select group of spring-born prospects each fall. Full-time, Ben serves as the chief of police in Clinton, Illinois, where he has served in multiple capacities over his 30 years. In the law enforcement profession, Ben has judged shows throughout the Midwest, Florida, and Oklahoma, and enjoys working with show cattle families across the nation, crediting his family roots and mentors for his deep passion for show cattle. Let's give a big Dodge County welcome to our judge today, Mr. Ben Lowers.
Well, again, kind of a challenging class of give and take here, but the heifer I'm going to start with that Nora brings us, Fluffy. She did tell me that she was a little fluffier when she was out last year, but really the black heifer, I think, wins the class rather handily. A heifer that, to me, just kind of comes down to completeness and moderation as we compare the trio. A heifer that we have to appreciate her length of body, her freshness up through her front 1/3, like the way that she's constructed there. I'll be the first to admit I'd like to soften her up on each end of her skeleton and maybe give her a little more angle to that shoulder, just to make her a tick more athletic when she gets out on the move. But a heifer that I think brings the most to the table in terms of being fault-free and really a good future for that young lady moving forward. The red heifer that comes next certainly has the advantage in the class when it comes to performance and length of body. I love that about her. To me, I'd like to freshen her up just a little bit through her front 1/3. She's getting just a tick mature on that, tick mature and masculine in that regard compared to the heifer that leads the class, but really a long-bodied, long-framed kind of a female that's going to make a tremendous brood cow going forward. The heifer that comes in third, not to take anything away from her, a heifer that's got some performance and certainly some really a nice heifer in terms of completeness. A heifer that, to me, I'd like to square her up just a little bit in her hip, maybe make her a little stouter in her bone work and whatnot as we work our way to the ground, but a heifer that I think's certainly got a place in the cattle industry. If you've got a whole herd of those kind of cattle, you're going to be in the cattle business raising some tremendous commercial cattle moving forward. So anyways, really a nice trio of those three heifers. I thought kind of an easy class winner with Nora down here with Fluffy. So congratulations to those three exhibitors.
Congratulations to the winners of our junior yearling heifer any other breed class. In first, exhibited by Nora Gens, second, Hickory Grove Farms, and in third, Gavin Foyt. Coming into the ring at this time, we have any other breed, cow over 2 years.
really a nice pair of cows over 2 years old, I believe, is this particular division, and I'm going to leave them the way they came in. These two are certainly got some differences in their type and kind, but I really appreciate the heifer that we're going to lead off the class with, kind of the caramel roan heifer, or I'm sorry, cow. Really to me, it just kind of comes down to the density. I like the way that this one's built in terms of the power that she brings to the table. Maybe gives up a little bit of femininity in her front 1/3 compared to the heifer behind, or the cow behind her, excuse me. But what I do like about this one, I like the power that she brings, and I think this one has the advantage when it comes to bone and footwork over the cow behind her. If I could change this one, don't get me wrong, I would like to maybe feminize her a little bit up through her front 1/3, and I would like to level that udder out in those front 2 teats to just kind of bring them down a little more level as she moves forward, but really a nice cow that I think has the ability to go out and raise some really good calves and certainly some show cattle. The cow that comes in second here, not to take anything away from her, that is the definition of femininity. That cow's got a big skeleton. She's probably got the growth and performance over the cow ahead of her. Greener in her makeup, comes to us in a little fresher package, but one that I think just gives up some power and maybe some density when it comes to her bone and footwork, but really a nice pair of cows there that are going to do well in production for both of those exhibitors. So congratulations to them.
Congratulations to the winner in our cow over 2 years class. Placing first was Derek Susky. Placing second was Mark Hartman. Coming into the ring at this time is our cow-calf pair, any other breed. Immediately following this cow-calf pair class, we'll be naming our Supreme Champion B female and our Reserve Supreme Champion B female.
Well, I didn't necessarily know that these two paired up when I just talked about the cow in the last class, but hey, I look a little smarter. I said that that one can go out and certainly raise some good calves, and she has. And, I think the ultimate goal when we have a cow like this is to raise a calf that can kind of outdo her, and I think that you've done that here. We talked about this smoke-colored heifer in class. I really like this one, and as a matter of fact, I probably like her as well or more out here the second time. I think she's kind of settled in a little bit. Maybe I'm getting a little better look at her, but a heifer, as she stands there now looking at her mother, kind of cocked off, got her head up and her ears forward, you really got to appreciate that is ultimately what we're judging a cow on, is the product that she's put out, and she's put out a really nice calf. I just talked about the cow. I won't go over it again. I appreciate the power that she brings to us, and we're seeing that in the smoke-colored heifer that she's produced on her side. A heifer that is extremely striking from the side. I remember in that class I might have liked to have squared this one up ever so slightly from her hooks to her pins compared to the heifer that won the class, but one that is super, super complete, gives you a really striking appearance from the side, fresh through her front 1/3. I think this is a really neat cow-calf pair that I think, I'd love to see what she's going to raise. If this is maybe her second calf, or first calf, second calf, she's going to go on into production and do a whale of a job for these folks. So congratulations on a really nice cow-calf pair.
Congratulations to the winner of our cow-calf pair class, Derek Susky. At this time, we'll be taking our first blues from our any other breeds and bring them out for the naming of our champion or reserve champion, any other breed.
everybody that can hear this and everybody that can't, we're sorry. It is a new system. We are trying to correct it so that we got the right barns on and the right barns off, but we're waiting for the technicians to return. Thank you.
As we analyze our class winners here for our champion of the all other breeds division, I think we've got some quality from end to end here. While we didn't have a tremendous amount of numbers, each class did bring some degree of quality, and I appreciate that. I guess I'll go back and talk them real quick. The heifer that wins the first class was pretty striking to me. They're in class, and she doesn't let me down when she gets back out here. A heifer that I think combines the degree of muscle and power in that small little package, but yet also with some femininity. She's so complete and fault free and so well balanced from end to end. Maybe carries as much balance as anything in the lineup. The heifer that's behind her, I really appreciated that one for her power and the muscle that she brings with her. Maybe a little too powerful in terms of a heifer when we start talking about breeding heifers, but why would we ever hold that against her, the amount of power and muscle that she has? Because she comes through it with a really feminine and really fresh front 1/3. I really love the way that that one, that her head and neck came out of the top side of her shoulder blade, really arrogant in her look, and yet comes down in so much power from there back. I probably like this one's bone work and footwork as well as any in the lineup. The heifer, the black heifer that came out of the middle class there, one that is so long in her design and long in her skeleton and so square and long and straight through her top, so fresh through her front 1/3. A heifer that I'd like to just soften up a little bit through the center portion of her body, give her a little more spring of rib and just a little more bust open her rib cage there a little bit, just a little more capacity through the center portion of her body. One that gets maybe just a tick straight on each end of her skeleton for me, but is still able to get out and move with ease at this point in her life. So really a complete heifer, high quality there. The cow calf that we just talked about, you know, I like the cow in her class. She kind of reminds me of the heifer out of the second class, you know, in terms of the way that they're built. She's got a tremendous amount of power to her. I appreciate that about her. I think when you take this heifer and fast forward to her, I think this one's going to be of higher quality yet, but kind of of the same design as the cow that you're holding there. So much power in that thing, and bone and foot size. Really like that about her from a club calf or a show steer background. You know, at the end of the day, I could be criticized for that. I do like show cattle. I do like them to have a little power to them and capacity. At the end of the day, we're raising pounds of beef cattle, so why would we criticize that? I like that about the cow, and what I really like about the cow is the young heifer that she's produced behind her in the smoke-colored heifer that is so complete, so feminine, like the way that she's constructed. Maybe would have liked to have changed her from her hooks to her pins ever so slightly, but that's getting pretty critical on a really nice heifer calf. I think it gets really close between all of these. I think there's quality from end to end. It's maybe a little bit of give and take, maybe a little compromise between some of the extremes in these cattle and some of that are maybe just more complete and more well balanced. At the end of the day, I'm going to go with the young lady down here as our champion AOB. The heifer behind her with the red and white heifer will be our reserve. Congratulations to our all other breed exhibitors.
Congratulations, our champion AOB exhibited by Abby Zortman with her junior heifer calf, and our reserve AOB exhibited by Abby Zortman with her senior heifer calf. At this point, we will be naming our supreme champion beef female.
Let's give our open breeding heifer exhibitors a nice round of applause for a really nice representation out here. Again, and I said it earlier, while we maybe not had a tremendous amount of numbers, we certainly didn't lack in quality from the Shorthorn, the Angus, the Hereford, and down through all of the breeds. Certainly some differences in types and kinds, and each one of them represents their breed really well. I'm not going to talk about each one of them again. I think I've done enough of that. We've talked about them in their classes and their respective breed champions, but certainly some differences in type and kind, and obviously with a cow-calf in the mix, some differences in maturity. When we look down the line here, and we've got some calves all the way up to the cow-calf, and so that makes it a little more challenging to come up with a supreme. But nonetheless, I think the quality has been extremely well here. Let's give them one more round of applause, and I'll go out and pick the champion.
Congratulations to our Supreme Champion Beef Female, exhibited by Abby Zortman with her junior heifer, any other breed. Congratulations to our reserve Supreme Champion Beef Female, exhibited by Abby Zortman with her senior heifer. Congratulations to our breeding stock open show. We're now going to be moving into our beef breeding show of the junior show. Up first, we will have our registered junior bulls. Once again, we are now ready to start the junior breeding stock show.
Attention in the barns, we're getting ready to start our junior breeding beef. The beef judge will be doing the beef, and we'll get partway through that, and then we'll split the ring and try to start some of the feeders. And I'm going to say that'll be about 45 minutes. We're going to start with the dairy feeders, just like we do with the dairy steers. I'm sorry, I don't know which end of the barn that is, but I believe it's the south end of the barn will be the dairy and the crossbreds. And that's something we'll probably do a class or two of them first, so that beef is getting done roughly the same time. And that will be starting probably, I'm guessing, in about 45 minutes after the junior breeding beef is done. Thank you.
Entering the ring at this time, we have our registered breeding beef junior bull.
As we get the junior breeding beef show started here, just a single entry in our breeding beef bulls with a purebred Angus bull here. First time out, bull's undefeated, and what a way to start his show career. But a bull that's got just a tremendous amount of function to him, super sound, representing the Angus breed well, and what does so well in that Angus breed and why they're so highly sought. One that's got some tremendous amount of production to him, got a tremendous amount of density and performance. Bull that's so deep-sided in his design and got the muscle to him, and yet so athletic and functional. Really a nice Angus bull calf here to get started, and one that's got a tremendous future in front of him. So let's give this young man a nice round of applause on his champion Angus bull.
Congratulations, our first blue in the registered breeding junior bull, exhibited by Avery Skalitsky. Coming into the ring at this time, we have our registered beef junior heifer calves.
really a nice way to get our breeding heifer show started here in the junior division. And I promise you, it's not because I'm a Hereford guy that the Hereford landed in first. This is just a pretty good one here, folks. Young lady brings us a really nice Hereford female that to me just kind of puts together the balance in terms of this class. One that I love the way she's balanced from end to end. A heifer that is so elegant through her front 1/3. She's maybe got just a little more skin there than the average, but that's kind of representative of Hereford breed. But when we work from there back, I think this one is as comfortable as any when we talk about her structure on both ends of her skeleton, and a heifer that's so deep and just so well balanced through the center portion of her body. One that comes out. I love the way that she's constructed out through her hip and tail head and just gets out and moves with some athleticism. Just a really super complete kind of a female. I really like the Shorthorn female that comes in next. Kind of the same type of a build, and I thought followed our class winner in type and kind. One that maybe has the advantage through the front portion of her body and her length and elegance through her front 1/3. Love the way this one's constructed through her neck and her skull. One that, as we work from there back, really smooth through her top line. Like the way she's constructed out of her hip. One that I'd like to give maybe just a tick of flex out of her hock when she gets out on the move, but that's a really high quality female there. The scimitar appearing female that comes out next, the baldy female, one that kind of follows the first two in type and kind as we analyze her from the shoulder back. I love the way that this one's constructed in her top and her tail head, and maybe as comfortable and as athletic as any heifer in the class. If I could change this one, where I'd like to change her is in her front 1/3. Maybe freshen her up just a bit through her chest and then extend her out through the bottom portion of her neck there. The really green Shorthorn appearing heifer that comes out next, one that I think has got a tremendous amount of future, giving up some pounds in production in terms of this class and maturity, but one that I think is going to be really good. So super fresh through her front 1/3 and so extended through her neck. One that's just got to kind of take a little break and kind of relax out here to better evaluate her. The heifer that comes next and winds up our class, not to take anything away from her, probably the freshest, greenest heifer in the class that just needs a little more time on feet and some pounds to be able to compete with those in front of her, but maybe just a little more refined in her overall build and her skeletal bone design, but a really nice heifer for that young lady. 5 really nice heifers there in that class. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to the winners of our registered junior heifer calves. In first place was Lexi Lambert, second JJ Murfeld, third Samantha Zupke, fourth Jocelyn Edmonds, and fifth Chloe Kelm. Coming into the ring at this time, we have our registered summer yearling heifers.
nice pair of heifers in our second class here, and I think it's really pretty close between these two. I'm going to describe the differences in what I see in them. The Angus appearing heifer that's going to come out in first, I think does so just out of terms of balance and completeness. A heifer that both of these heifers are so strikingly feminine through their front 1/3, the neck, their head designs, heifers that are relatively close in that regard. To me, where the difference is as we move back from there, both of them got plenty of volume and plenty of spring of rib through the center portions of their body. I think in the advantage is the Angus appearing heifer probably has the advantage when we look at her hip construction. A heifer that I probably prefer from her hooks to her pins and out through her tail head, and the way that she comes down and is constructed and gets out and moves on her hock and just gets out and moves with some softness at the ground and athleticism. That's where I think we struggle with the Shorthorn appearing heifer here that comes in second. This heifer is certainly carrying a little more condition than our class winner, but a heifer that even when she kind of slows down and settles in a little bit, a heifer that when she gets out on the moves wants to dip her pins, wants to get up underneath herself a little more. One that I just like to extend her length of stride there and just construct her, maybe jack her up just ever so slightly there in her pins when she gets out on the move. Just move with a little more comfort, to me, was the difference in the two heifers. But two really close heifers, two really good heifers in that class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Congratulations to the winners of our registered summer yearling class. And first was Cashin Atkins, and second was Jocelyn Edmonds. Coming in the ring this time, we have our registered junior yearling heifers.
We'll let the show begin, and this is kind of what I've been looking for. Really a good class of heifers here, and I think a really good top three here in this class. And I'm going to tell you that the blaze-faced heifer in second here, when she walked in the ring, I'm a first impression kind of a guy, and we show very competitively at home and sell and work on show cattle. I'm a sucker for. I love show cattle. I'm a first impression kind of guy, and I will tell you that I think that you win the class in the first 30 seconds you're in the ring. I want one that reaches out and grabs a hold of me, and when that heifer came in the ring, she did just that. That one is super fantastic, and I'm going to get to her in just a second. But the heifer that's going to win the class, the Shorthorn Plus female, I knew when that second heifer came in the class, it was going to take an awful good one to get around her, and then lo and behold, here she came. At ringside, you might think these heifers are pretty close, and I think I'm just going to describe what I see the difference in them. The heifer that wins the class, I think does so just in a standpoint of structural soundness. I think this heifer is better in her angles on both ends of her skeleton, and she gets out and moves with a little more softness when she gets out and goes. A heifer that is so bold, so long, so deep, and so just blown apart in the center portion of her body, yet is so fresh and so smooth in her transition to her shoulder. Love her out through her hip and her tail head. When she gets her parked and gets her set on the side, that one's just an absolute picture from the side. Now, I really like this heifer here on the move, although I'm going to be the first to tell you where she lands in second for me is she gets just a little too steep in her angles on both ends of her skeleton. When this heifer is out on the move, she gets just a tick hammer-legged on her back too, but I'll tell you what, she is an absolute picture. So well presented. Love the hair, love the presentation that this heifer brings. I'm a guy that loves show cattle, and she is absolutely that. When he gets her parked, she's so arrogant through the front 1/3 of her body, the way she sits up as her neck comes out of the top side of her blade. A heifer that's so deep, she's a little more compact than our class winner. But to me, what lands the heifer in second is when she gets on the standstill here. When he gets her parked, she's a little tight in her front knee there. I'd like to just set her back in that knee with a little more angle, a little more relaxed, and the same off of real two axles. But I'll tell you, that is an awfully good top pair of heifers. Congratulations to those exhibitors. There's not that much difference when we come back to the red heifer in third. Doesn't maybe have the bells and whistles in terms of presentation that our first two heifers do, but when you take a look at this female, she is super complete and super fault-free, doesn't have the hair, isn't blessed with the hair and the makeup that the two heifers in front of her are, but when you get down to just honest cattle at the hide, this one is super complete. Love the way she's built, so well balanced from end to end, gets out, moves with comfort. A really, really good female to wind up in third, a heifer that could win a lot of classes in the shows that I've watched all summer long. The heifer that comes out next probably got an advantage in terms of frame size and growth and performance as anything in the class, and yet still holds it together in a really nice package. A heifer that is so long in her spine, long-bodied from end to end, so extended. Love that about her. Would like to soften her up through the center portion of her body and just relax her ever so slightly when she gets out here in her build. The heifer that comes in next does just that for me. A heifer that is so fresh through her front 1/3. I love the way that this one's constructed in her neck and feminine through her headset and her skull. Love that about this female. Kind of reminds me more so of the heifer, the red heifer in third. Just so well balanced, so complete. A heifer that when she gets out on the move wants to get just a tick roached in her top on occasion, but gets out, moves with some athleticism. Just a super complete kind of female. Would like to have 30 cows built just like that one. The Shorthorn heifer that comes out next, giving up some advantage probably to the maybe more commercial-oriented heifers ahead of her, but really a high-quality Shorthorn female. Super complete, super feminine. Love that about her. Heifer gives up just a little bit, gets a little flat when we get out in her front, in her rear quarter, and one that I just like to maybe loosen up ever so slightly in her hock when she gets out on the move. The heifer that comes in next, the bald-faced heifer, a heifer that kind of follows her in type and kind, one that is super complete, just a little more juvenile to those up ahead of her, one that's just going to take a little more time, one that I'd like to get out, maybe make her a little more comfortable when she gets out on the move with a little bit longer stride. The pair of Hereford heifers that come next, really just kind of meat and potatoes kind of heifers, really good in their design, super functional kind of cattle, got some frame size to them, got some length of body, just need a little more to move up any higher today. And the heifer that winds out the class, not to take anything away from her, the Charlet influenced heifer, just giving up some overall pounds and performance to run up with those heifers up ahead of her today. But really a nice class of heifers. That top three was really something to talk about. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Congratulations to our junior yearling breeding beef. In first, exhibited by Levi Weekman. Second, Elijah Zick. In third, J.J. Murfeld. In fourth, Callie Zupke. In fifth, Walter Lukey. In sixth, Abby Streeter. In seventh, Caden Atkins. In eighth, Olivia Klug. In ninth, Everett Klug. And 10th, Lydia Foyt. Coming into the ring at this time, we have our registered cow-calf pairs.
Four really nice pairs here in our cow-calf division, and again, you know, I said this when this little heifer calf came out in class. These aren't at the top just because they're Herefords, and I have a soft spot for Hereford cattle. This is a really nice Hereford pair. You know, I think when we analyze our cow-calves, really, you know, what we're looking at as much as anything is the calf that they've produced, and I think, you know, we certainly have to analyze the cow, and we have to look at that udder and make sure that she's got some longevity out in front of her. And I think this is a really impressive Hereford cow in terms of her freshness and her just elegant look from end to end, yet she's so functional and so athletic and just so well put together structurally. And then yet, when we look at this calf, that's a very impressive Hereford heifer calf there that she's produced. So love the cow. She's outdone herself with the calf. I think that was a pretty easy place to start. The Shorthorn pair, you know, I like that heifer as well. You know, we've seen all these in their respective classes. The cow comes out here. She's certainly the more refined version. Definitely, I like this one, the way she's udder, that teat placement and the size. She's obviously producing plenty of of milk to raise the calf that she is. Really a complete, a well-functioning, very productive kind of a cow-calf pair. That cow, again, she's kind of outdone herself with a calf as well. That's an impressive pair. It's going to make the young man a nice pair and productive cow moving forward. The next one, I guess I'd call him the smoke-colored cow, the kind of Simmental influence there maybe. I absolutely love this cow. I mean, I love the way that she's so deep and so much product there. I mean, that is an absolute brood cow. Where I get concerned about her is her udder, the way she hangs low, those teats. I'd like to reconstruct her in that regard, and that's what concerns me, and that's what winds her up in third place. You know, the calf that she's produced here, really like this calf. Remember seeing her in class, and from the shoulder back, that one was as good as anything in the class. Would like to freshen her up through her front 1/3 ever so slightly to have moved her up any higher. The Angus that winds out the class, you know, probably as good of uddered as anything in the class, and I appreciate that about her. A cow that's certainly putting all of her work and effort into the bull calf that she's got on her side. Well, one that I just got to just soften up and make just a tick more easy keeping to move her up any higher, but also a nice pair. 4 really nice pairs, and at the end of the day, that's what we're here doing, is these young kids producing these calves at home out of their former show projects and whatnot. So let's give them a nice round of applause on 4 really nice cow-calf pairs.
Congratulations to the winners in our registered cow-calf pairs. In first, exhibited by Lexi Lambert. In second, J.J. Murfeld. In third, Samantha Zupke. And in fourth, Caden Atkins. Coming in the ring at this time, we have our registered cows.
We'd like to thank our ringmen and our clerks and that stuff at this time. Terry Costello is announcing for us. Sam and Janet Arden are taking care of our ribbons. Wayne Kyle and Jesse Christensen are ringmen, and Jackson Christensen is checking in. Thank you very much.
I guess I'm kind of glad that we did it in this order, but it's a little bit cheating when we do the cow-calves first and then come back and evaluate the cows. So I'm going to leave the cows just in the way that they are. You know, I was very impressed with that Hereford cow, and you know, taking the calves off the side of them, I still think she's so fresh, so complete, so moderate, and so complete and well balanced in her design that I think she comes to the top of the class rather handily. You know, I think it would, if I hadn't seen the calves and whatnot, you know, it might get a little closer between the Shorthorn and the smoke-colored cow. I really like that smoke-colored cow, but the Shorthorn cow, I'm going to keep her here in second. Certainly so much difference between the type and design in those 2 cows. You know, I probably prefer the build of the cow in third, but I just can't get past that udder. And as a first-year cow, I mean a first calf heifer that comes out here, you know, I'm going to be honest, I'm kind of concerned about the longevity of what that one will be able to produce, where I think the Shorthorn is maybe a little more better constructed in terms of maternal instinct and maybe probably has the longevity. But 3 really nice cows there. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Congratulations to the winners of our registered beef cows. In first was Lexi Lambert. In second, J.J. Murfeld. And third, Samantha Zupke. At this time, we'll be exhibiting for our champion registered female.
Standing by
everyone. My name is Bella Domro. I'm the 2026 Dodge County Fairest of the Fair. Before I start talking the spiel about Dodge County, let's give everyone a warm welcoming and warm round of applause. Sorry if I mess up my words. I'm still a little nervous, but I'll get a hang of it. Later on, we have the sheep show, and don't forget we got the Badger State truck and tractor pulls. I hope you guys have a safe and wonderful time at Dodge County Fair.
All right, coming in for the naming of our champion registered female, we should have Lexi Lambert with her junior heifer calf. We should have Cashton Atkins with his summer yearling. We should have Levi Weekman with his junior yearling. We should have Lexi Lambert with her cow calf pair, and Lexi Lambert with her cow.
As we get out here to select our champion in reserve in our registered breeds division, let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. This is where I spent most of our time growing up and registered cattle, and I think that there's certainly the quality out here is just
fantastic. Starting with that first class and that Hereford heifer that came out of there, very impressive. And I look at a lot of Hereford cattle throughout the year, and that's an awfully good heifer. And we come down to the other end of the ring here and see her mother, really a nice pair. And then here in the middle of the Class 2 and Class 3, that Class 3 was just a super tough class, super deep. I think there was 10 head in there, and certainly a very competitive top 3, and went even deeper than that. But I'm not going to get too far ahead of myself, not going to talk about each one of them again. I think we've got some commercials to get through, and then perhaps a Supreme Champion later on. But I think the competition in this registered breeds was very good, very deep. The top end, I think these heifers can compete anywhere in the country. And so anyways, without further ado, young man out of the 3rd class, you're going to be our champion registered breeds. The second in that class is going to be our reserve. I thought that was an awfully good pair of heifers, and we're going to keep them together for champion reserve in this division. Congratulations.
Congratulations, our champion registered female was exhibited by Alex Weekman, and a reserve champion registered female by Elijah Zick. We'll now be moving into Levi Weekman, excuse me, as our champion registered female and our reserve by Elijah Zick. We're now going to go move into our commercial grade and crossbred breeding beef. We're going to start with our junior heifer class. We have 6 entries in the junior heifer class.
As we get into these commercials here, one thing that you can count on is you're going to see them in all kinds of shapes and sizes, and in this case, colors. But really some quality here in this class, in this division, and I never really veered very far from starting with the young lady with the red brockle-faced heifer, a heifer that to me just puts it together so smooth in her build, and like the way that she's constructed, super feminine through her front 1/3, but yet when we get there behind, as we work our way back, she's deep in her body, she's comfortable in her movement, her structure, and her skeleton. Just a really complete, well-balanced kind of a female with some length of body. The white park heifer that comes out next, kind of a unique critter there. I really like that one, and especially in terms of that breed, I think one that's got a tremendous amount of quality to her. Giving up a little frame size to the heifer in front of her, but more moderate in her design, and if that heifer, there she's getting out and moving. But, when she does get out and move, she's comfortable, she's athletic. A heifer that's got some depth of body, got some depth of ribs, some spring of rib, just kind of constructed the same as the class winner, just in a little bit smaller, more compact package. The heifer that comes next, the red heifer, I thought, kind of followed up in type and kind of those two in terms of completeness and in terms of balance. In terms of depth of body, depth of rib, one that's maybe not quite as feminine up through her front 1/3 as the heifers that lead out, and one that's just kind of getting a little nervous and hard to kind of analyze her in terms of her movement. She's got that tail beat and she's pretty nervous. When that heifer just relaxes, I think you're going to see that she's plenty athletic and plenty structurally correct on both ends of her skeleton. I'll be honest, this is where I really had the trouble. The heifer that comes in fourth was kind of the question for me in the class. I'll be the first to admit that I wonder how big this thing's going to get. But when we analyze her from that standpoint, let's just say that she is going to have some growth to her. I do like the way that she's constructed. She's feminine, she's square through her hip. Like that design about her. She's got a tremendous amount of middle to her. I just question how big that thing's going to get, how much growth and production. And on the other end of the thing, the heifer that winds out the class has probably got as much growth as any in the class. I think she just gets so refined in her bone work and her footwork to move up any higher with those heifers ahead of her. But really a nice class of 5 commercial heifers. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Congratulations to the winners of our junior heifer calf class. And first was exhibited by Jocelyn Edmonds, second by Molly Wiedenfeld, third Adeline Reed, fourth Melinda Merfeld, and fifth Elena Halfmeister. Coming into the ring at this time, we have our crossbred summer yearlings.
We're going to wrap this up pretty quick and give these kids a little relief, but I think this class kind of puts itself together rather simply. The blue roan heifer that I'm going to start with, I think, does so just from a standpoint if she's the most complete female in the class and kind of combines the things that I like in the second and third place heifer. Just super complete, probably the most without a doubt, the most balanced heifer of the three. One that I like the way that she's constructed in her bone work and her leg work. One that's got a big foot on her for her size, and in comparison there, a heifer that when we analyze her from the side, I like her freshness in her front 1/3. Love the way with that Shorthorn influence, the way that she's constructed out of her neck and that head so feminine. Comes back probably the squarest heifer in her top line and out through her hip from hooks to pins, and one that's probably the most smooth and comfortable when she gets out on the move. I'm going to go with the red heifer is actually going to be the second place heifer, and I think that she does so in terms of depth of body is where I think she has the advantage over the heifer behind her. A heifer that didn't want to cooperate very well for us, a heifer that's probably carrying more condition in her chest and through her front 1/3 than I'd like to see, and that's what puts her in second behind the blue roan. But a heifer from the shoulder back, I love her depth of body. I love the way that she's so deep through the center portion of her body. Got some pounds, got some production. Like a lot of things about her, she's going to go on and be a great producer for that young lady. The heifer that winds out the class, not to take anything away from her, may have the advantage when it comes to length of body. This one, when we get her out on the move, we just got to relax her through her top. She wants to roach ever so slightly, and then she wants to dip a little bit from her hooks to her pins when we analyze her from the side. But three really nice heifers. Congratulations to these three exhibitors.
Congratulations to our commercial and crossbred beef summer yearlings. First was exhibited by Camden Atkins, second by Adeline Reed, and third by Adrian Lewick. Entering the ring at this time, we have our commercial grade and crossbred junior yearlings. We've had what appears to be like a men's, but perhaps wedding ring that's been turned in. Come up to the front table and let us know if you are missing what looks potentially like a men's wedding ring.
A nice class of junior yearling heifers here, and I think the heifer that wins the class, I think, does so rather handily, and does so from just a sheer power performance standpoint. The smoke heifer comes out here. I mean, you view this one not only from the side, but when you get behind her, this heifer's just got a lot of substance, a lot of power to her. Love the way she's constructed. She certainly has the advantage in this class in terms of bone work, footwork. Like the big foot on this female, like the way she gets out and motors. So deep, so stout, really kind of finds herself to the top of the class rather easily. The heifer that comes in second, I think, follows her most in type and kind. A heifer that probably gives up just a little bit of femininity through her front 1/3 in that crest, but a heifer that from there back probably has that muscle shape and that design through the center portion of her body and out through her hip to follow our class winner. Interesting pair here in third and fourth, and I think it gets kind of close between those, and it's just personal preference. I elected to use the heifer in third just from a standpoint of a little more, I like her a little bit more moderate design, probably. A heifer that I think has probably the advantage when it comes to bone work and density of bone as of the heifer behind her. But two heifers that certainly have got some length of body and are functional. I like the more moderation of the heifer in third. The heifer in fourth, one that's got a tremendous amount of performance, one that probably has the advantage in the entire class in terms of frame size, but I think one that is probably as frail as any in the class when it comes to her bone work and whatnot as we construct her to the ground. But four really nice heifers. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to the winners of our crossbred junior yearling class. In first place, we have Callan Lukey. In second, Landon Schultz. In third, Naomi Skalitsky. And in fourth, Elena Halfmeister. Coming to the ring at this time, we have our commercial grade and crossbred senior yearling.
Just a single entry in this division here, and one that comes to us so fresh and so lean in her build and her condition. I do appreciate that about her. A heifer that's so long in her body, long spined, level topped, good out through her hip. Like that about her. You know, one that we might, if we could change her at all, might soften her up through the center portion of her body, give her a little more expression to her rib shape, but really a complete kind of a female, going to make the young lady a nice cow moving forward. Congratulations on her.
Congratulations to the winner of our senior yearling class, exhibited by Brenna Drager. Coming in now, we have our cow-calf pairs.
Well, just a single entry in this commercial cow-calf division, but one that can certainly stand some competition. Really appreciate this cow and her build, and so moderate but yet so fresh. so elegant in her design, and you know, she's adequate through her udder and her teat design, but then we analyze this calf, and what a really striking steer calf with a tremendous amount of future in front of him. You know, green to his design, but one that loved the way this little guy comes out of the top side of his shoulder blade there. So arrogant up through his front 1/3, and the way his neck sits out of the top side of his blade. One that's so deep in his stifle and got some muscle to him. One that's soft enough, big enough boned, got some foot to him. That little young cow has done a tremendous job raising this little guy. So really a high quality cow-calf pair, and one that can certainly stand quite a bit of competition. So congratulations to those young.
Congratulations to the winner of our commercial cow-calf pair, exhibited by Hereford. Coming in the ring at this time, we have our commercial beef cow.
I think I kind of showed my card with this cow, this young black cow in that last cow-calf division. Really impressed with her. She is so neat and so well put together. You know, I love that she's moderate. She's so easy keeping and easy to manage, and so complete from end to end. One is so fresh up through her front end, and yet carries back. She's neat bodied. She's well designed in the skeleton. She's soft at the ground. She can get out and motor. Taking anything away from the white cow behind her. One that's given up some flesh, one that's probably got the advantage in terms of size, but I think
gives up some when it comes in terms of structural correctness. A cow that I'd like to just level out through her top, level out through her hooks to pins, maybe put just a tick more condition on her to make her more competitive with the one ahead of her today, but still a really nice cow is going to make the young man a nice productive project. So congratulations to both of those exhibitors.
Congratulations to the winner of our commercial contest, first exhibited by Hereford, second by Autumn Wood. At this time, we will be showing for our champion and reserve champion commercial female.
Just a reminder for all of our beef exhibitors, please make sure that you are checking in prior to the classes so they're not looking for you. Just please take a moment and check in when you get to the doors.
Let's give these commercial heifer exhibitors a nice round of applause for a nice lineup out here for our champion drive. You know, to be expected when we get into the commercials, we kind of come in all types of shapes and sizes, and you know, I think good cattle do come in different shapes and sizes, and so, you know, in a show like this and this size, you know, you talk about I guess types and kinds and sticking with consistency. Well, I do believe that they come in different versions, and so, you know, I'm not afraid to veer away from what I typically like, and I'll tell you what I like is I like show cattle. I like show cattle, but I like show cattle that have to be functional, and I like them to have some power. I like them to have some bone. They've got to be functional. They've got to be sound. But nonetheless, I think we've got a really good lineup here, starting with our red baldy calf down here at the end. You know, we started that class, and I thought that one won that class pretty handily. Super complete. I think that female's got a great future ahead of her. We worked back from there into some older heifers in each respective division. I thought we had some good competition in all of those classes, and we ended with a cow calf that I'm very impressed with, that I think is going to make this young couple a really nice, productive cow moving forward. I think it gets a little closer maybe in this division than it did the last one. There's some give and take. There's some different types and kinds. You know, I like, there's a couple of them out here that I think gets really close with, and then it just comes down to personal preference. But I'm going to take one more look at them, and then I'm going to go out and select our champion in reserve.
Congratulations, our champion commercial female was the junior yearling exhibited by Callan Lukey. Our reserve champion commercial female was the cow-calf pair exhibited by Piper Murfeld. We are now going to be showing for our Supreme Champion breeding beef female. Okay, for those of you that are waiting for the feeder calves show, we are going to start with the first class of the dairy feeder class down on this end. You'll need to come through this from the south end of the building. You're going to need to enter there. We're going to do one class, the first class of the dairy feeder steers, or feeder calves. Then we're going to so our judge can have a little bit of a break here. We're then going to start with the beef feeder calves on the north end. So the dairy and the dairy crossbred feeder calves are going to enter through the south end. And after this class, we are going to start with the dairy feeder calves class 1.
We come down to the end of our breeding beef heifer show here, and really impressed with the quality that Dodge County brought out in these kids. Really competitive. I know at this top end, these heifers can compete anywhere in the state, anywhere in the Midwest, anywhere in the country in that regard. And so really impressed with the top end here. I talk often that not every heifer that's born that hits the ground is going to be a show heifer, but every show heifer does have to go out and become a productive cow. And I think that our champions and reserves here in these two respective divisions represent that. I think they're also show cattle. I love well-presented show cattle. I love cattle that are bold in their design, are fresh through their front ends, got big boned, big jointed, big boned, but smooth jointed, smooth boned, big footed. I like them to have some power to them. I like them to be square in their hip. And again, I mentioned earlier, I'm kind of a first impression kind of a guy. I like one that'll reach out and grab me. And I think that we've got a couple of them out here that certainly do that. Again, let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. Ultimately, this is what we're after. I'm a show steer guy. I love to look at those show steers, but quite frankly, this is the future production of our cattle industry and what these kids are producing. So one more round of applause. I'm going to go out and pick your champion in reserve.
Congratulations to our Supreme Champion breeding beef female exhibited by Levi Weekman with his junior yearling, and a reserve Supreme Champion breeding beef female exhibited by Elijah Zick with his junior yearling. Our champion bull calf was exhibited by Avery Skalitsky. At this time, we are going to start with our feeder calf classes. We're going to take a break on the north end, so our judge has a few minutes to have a break. We're going to start the dairy feeder calves on the south end. We'll be starting Class 1 here in just a moment. If you're just joining us, we are getting ready to start the dairy feeder calf class. They'll be on the south end of the Farm Progress Arena. We're going to take a break on the north end for the beef feeder class to give our beef judge a few minutes to eat lunch and things like that. So we'll be doing the dairy feeder calves and dairy crossbreds down here and the beef up on this end. If you're going to be showing in the market sale today, just again for some additional information, on the south end are going to be the dairy, followed by the dairy crossbreds. On the north end, we're going to have the beef. Once again, once we get to the market sale, or the market classes, the beef will be on the north end. On the south end will be the dairy, and then the dairy crossbreds.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Dodge County Fair. I appreciate the opportunity to come back and sort the dairy beef. Apparently, I'm a little bit of a unicorn that not too many people want to deal with dairy beef. If you're going to live in Wisconsin, you're going to deal with dairy beef because we got a lot of dairy cows here, and these are going to be the offspring of the cows. And we've got a head start on the 2027 Dodge County Fair here. This is a prospect class. So really what we're looking at is kind of projecting them where they're going to be a year from now. What I'm looking for is kind of the promise of setting in that muscle, setting in that frame, and kind of putting it all together from a package standpoint. I do believe the young lady farthest from me has that steer that is showing me that promise at this point. We do have to project it because there's a lot of living that's going to go on between now and when these animals are market ready. But we need to have some feet and legs. We need to have some width of top, some dimension of that lower round, and I think we do have that in this steer. The red steer, I think, models the steer I started with. It gives up some of that width of top that we started in the top steer here. The red steer, I think, kind of falls into that spot. Just not maybe the widest top steer, just a steer that I think has some promise and can fit into that situation. Then we get into some steers here that there's a lot of living, a lot of changing that's going to happen, but at this point I don't see quite as much maturity and muscle projected on these animals. Prove me wrong. I'd love to come back next year and evaluate these animals when they are market ready, but today they just don't show me as much product that I would like to see to move them up higher in the class today. Thank you.
Congratulations to the winners of our Class 1 dairy feeder calves. Placing first, we have Elena Christian. In second, we have Sapphire Gentleman. In third, we have Elijah Stelmacher. In fourth, we had Alexander Dishnu. In fifth, we have Ada Wiedenfeld. And in sixth, Savannah Maher. Coming in the ring on the south end at this time, we have Class 2 of our dairy feeder calves. Coming in the ring on the north end of the Farm Progress Arena, we have Class 1 of our beef feeder calves. That's Class 1 of our beef feeder calves coming in on the north end of the Farm Progress Arena. On the south end here at this time, we have Class 2 of our dairy feeder calves. Just to keep everybody updated on the schedule, following the end of our beef feeders and our futurity classes, we're going to take about a 20-minute break, reschedule things or get things ready to go, and then we'll move into our market classes. So following the end of the feeder and futurity classes, then we will move into the market classes with about a 20-minute break in between.
Again, a snapshot into the 2027 Dodge County Fair. I think we've got some animals that can grow into themselves, and that's what we're really looking for in this class. The steer that tops the class might be just a little bit staggy fronted, and that is a a little bit of a concern for me, but he's got a tremendous amount of muscle about him. I think if he grows into himself and we can just make him about 700-800 pounds heavier than what he is right now, I think he could be a steer to be reckoned with next year. Steer in second, probably the most eye-appealing animal. I just don't think he keeps up with the total pounds of product that we start out the class with, but I think a steer that to me has good balance, has the ability to grow into some muscle and really put together a pretty quality steer for next year. The steer in third, just the heaviest boned animal here, a little more heavy fronted for me here today. He may grow out of that, he may not. We're kind of projecting that here, but a steer that does have some muscle about him, some product about him, but I would just like to see him blend just a little bit better. Steer in fourth, I'd just like to straighten up his top, give him more strength from that shoulder into that loin region. He just tends to track a little bit weird on his back legs. I know we're not supposed to talk about that in a market class, but he's got a ways to go, and he's going to have to walk the feedlot for a few months here before he's ready to go. We get into the next three steers here. I just need to see more width, more volume, more pounds of product in these steers to overcome the animals above them, but a very good class of feeder steers.
Really a competitive class in our first class of beef feeder steers over on this ring. I think especially in these top 3 or 4, but the smoke-colored calf that I'm going to use to win the class, I think does so rather handily. Of this top trio, probably the greenest and the freshest of the trio, but a calf that I think we can't deny that the guy is just packed full of muscle. Really got some eye appeal from the side, super complete, super well balanced. He's a little bigger probably, maybe a tick coarser in his joints, but with that, he brings, without a doubt, the most muscle of the 3 in the top trio. But that's a really impressive, real eye-appealing kind of a show steer prospect. The one that comes out in second, we saw him earlier today, and I really like that calf. I think he's super complete. Maybe gets just a tick flatter than that one that leads the class, but really, really complete. That's a really good show steer prospect. I think he gives a little bit up maybe in his front 1/3 to the one ahead of him and then the heifer behind him here, but a really nice pair to start that class with. The heifer that comes in third here, super eye appealing from the side. Love this one in her profile and how elegant she is, so extended and feminine up through her front 1/3. But yet beyond that, you get behind her, she's got some muscle, she's got some product there, one that as she develops is probably going to lead this class as they develop and mature. The red steer that comes next, a calf that maybe doesn't have the bells and whistles in terms of the show ring as the 3 ahead of him, but the more you analyze this calf, the more you have to appreciate just his balance and his completeness and really in a fault-free package. From the shoulder back, I love this calf in terms of his squareness and his levelness of top, a calf that's got some muscle to him, some overall natural muscle. He's super functional at the ground. He's soft. He can move. A calf that to move him up any higher today, I just like to freshen him up a little bit in his front 1/3 there. We move down to a heifer next that has probably got as much density in terms of her overall package as anything in the class, but one that I think I'd just like to reconstruct her a little bit out of her back 1/3, level her out ever so slightly from her hooks to her pins, but that's one that's got a tremendous amount of product in a small package. Now, those of you at ringside, I may be getting some criticism on this one here. As we saw her earlier, this one is kind of the problem for me. I love the way that she's constructed. I just wonder how big this thing's going to get. I mean, in her skeletal design, she's pretty short in her cannon bone there. But as we analyze this thing, I love the amount of muscle she has. I love her squareness of hip. I love her density and her explosion through the middle portion of her body there. In comparison to balance her out, I might like to lengthen her out or clean her up ever so slightly in that front 1/3. I love the way that one's constructed. I do have concerns about her overall performance as she continues on. As we move down, the next 3 steers
really functional, really high producing kind of cattle that I think in a feedlot type setting, these things are probably going to be as productive as anything that we've seen today. Cattle that have got some extension, have got some frame, they've got some production, just kind of give up some show ring, some eye appeal, I guess. Like to maybe stouten them up in terms of a muscle standpoint to move them up any higher, but 3 really functional kind of steers that will go on to be very productive in a feedlot setting. So congratulations, really a nice top pair at the top of that class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Let's get caught up on some of our results from Class 2 of the dairy feeders. Winning that class was Everett Klug. Second was exhibited by Paige Lester. Third, Olivia Klug. Fourth, Matthew Erkey. Fifth, Marissa Spoke. Sixth, Casey Salmi. And seventh, Maya Oldenweld. As you'll notice right now, our judge is making his decision in the south end of the arena to name our champion dairy feeder and reserve champion dairy feeder. On the north end are results from the first class of our beef feeder calves. In first, we had Naomi Skolinski. In second, we had Piper Murfeld. In third, Jaden Sullivan. In fourth, Isabel Montoya. In fifth, Adeline Reed. In sixth place, we had Melinda Murfeld. In seventh place, we had Lucy Stowell. In eighth, Cashton Atkins. And in ninth, Oliver Stowell. Entering the ring on the north end of the arena, we have Class 2 of our beef feeder calves.
For your champion and reserve, we're going to stay with Class 2 here, with the champion coming out of that class. I think the animal that followed it was close enough that gave it a run for its money. So your champion feeder steer is going to come out of Class 2, this black steer, and reserve will be the young lady against the gate there. Congratulations.
Congratulations, our champion dairy feeder is exhibited by Everett Klug. Our reserve champion dairy feeder by Paige Lester. Coming in now on the south end of the arena, we will have our dairy crossbred Class 1. Our dairy crossbreds Class 1.
really nice second class of our beef feeder calves, and I'll tell you, the one that's going to lead this class, I heard a judge say one time, he asked a kid what his name was, and it was Two-Stepper, and I'll tell you, about 2 steps into the ring, I had that one picked. That's an awfully good show steer, ladies and gentlemen. Not only is he blessed with the hair, I love that about him and his presentation, but when you analyze this calf, he is super, super green, and to put together that package so long and extended through his front 1/3, and yet he comes down, sits on some tremendous bone, good jointed. You get behind this guy, and I mean, he has got an absolute caboose on him, but yet comes in and transitions into such a nice, smooth shoulder, just super, super complete. That calf's going to get better every day of his life, and he's got the great pieces today, and as he continues to put on some flesh, and moving forward, he's going to be a real buzzsaw to deal with. Thought we had a really close pair in 2 and 3. And if you wanted to switch these calves, I'm sure you could justify in doing so. I think the young lady's calf that comes in second, just super complete. Like the way he sat down with some comfort, and quite frankly, I probably got a little bit better look at him as they moved about the ring. But a calf that's super complete. Not going to say that he's got anything that just jumps out and grabs you in any one angle, but yet he's so complete and so fault-free in that regard. I think where he had the advantage over the steer in third is he was probably a little flatter, a little squarer through his hip, and straighter in his top line, and I like that about him. The calf that comes in third, I thought followed him very, very closely. I thought those calves were equally matched in their muscle, their natural muscle and shape. This calf, when he was over here against the rail, he kind of got a little stretched out, wanted to break ever so slightly behind his blade there, and I think that was kind of the difference maker in the two. But 3 really nice steers at the top end of that class that I think are going to be extremely competitive. We've got the Shorthorn that comes out next, and this heifer, I saw her earlier today, I believe, and really, really complete kind of a female, one that I think has got a lot of quality there, and one that I think is going to be extremely competitive moving forward in that division. So long-spined and so level through her top, so extended through her front 1/3. Like a lot of things about her, typical of that breed. And when we compare them out here against probably some of these crossbreds, wants to get just a little flatter in her design, but that's to be expected when we represent those breed characteristics. But that's a really high-quality Shorthorn or Shorthorn-influenced female. The smoke that comes out next here probably has the advantage in class in terms, probably the biggest framed animal in the class, and I appreciate that about him. One that just gets a little harsher in his bone, a little coarser in his bone, and with that he's also just a little bit flatter sided to move up any higher today, but a really high quality individual, super deep in his side, just gets a little flat for me when he gets out here. The white calf that comes next, when this one came in the ring, so well presented. Love the way that they've got this one out here. Love the hair, love the way they've got it presented with the clipping and the fitting. Super, super just freaky through the front 1/3 of this thing. But when you get right down to it, this one's pretty green, pretty flat, just needs a little more time, a little more feed, a little more development muscle to move up any higher today. The calf that comes next kind of resembles to me the 2nd and 3rd place steers in this class. A calf that's just super complete. Like that about him, real well balanced. I'd like to clean this one up in his lower 1/3 to move him up any higher today. The next calf that comes out, really a functional, kind of a high-producing kind of a calf. You know what? If you've got a whole feedlot full of these things, you're dang sure in the cattle business and you're making money. Really functional, really probably a good gainer, the kind that you'd like to feed. I'd like to clean this one up in its front 1/3 a little bit, add a little bone and a little more integrity to its feet and legs as it gets out on the move. The calf that winds up the class, really long in his body, really square in his top line. One that's just probably the greenest one in the whole class, and probably the frailest when it comes to muscle and skeleton of anything to move up any higher today. But a really nice class of prospect animals there, a really good one to start that class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
In the crossbred feeder calf class, we injected some of this ring into this ring, and you can see it in a lot of these animals. If I was putting together a potload to fill a feedlot, I would really love to have a potload of the steer that starts this class. He's in that mid 400-pound range, yet shows me a lot of muscle. One thing when we do crossbreds here, we kind of have two paths. Some of these animals are going to follow the beef path. Some of them are still going to follow the dairy path. He's following the beef path. He got all the Angus that his mom could give him, his dad could give him there, and his mom must have helped him out because that's a pretty thick steer. I think a steer that is going to continue to body down, keep on putting on pounds, and he'll be a fun one for your 2027 Dodge County Fair. Steer in second really follows the steer that we started out the class with, gives up some of that overall width of loin, that dimension of that lower round, but yet I think a steer that still pulls together quite well, and a steer that could grow into himself. Again, we're projecting a lot of things from now till a year from now. The steer in third starts to give up some of the overall thickness that we had in the top two. I think a steer that could grow into that. Maturity builds muscle, and so there's a lot of changing that can happen to these animals, but I think it kind of rounds out the upper end of this class. The lineback steer, I just like to make him a little wider, just give him a little more overall thickness, more product to him to move him up any higher in the class here today. Then we run into three steers that have a little bit more frame. That can be a good thing, that can be a bad thing. In the market animal class, sometimes it's easier to fill out a smaller frame than a big frame, but all three of these steers just need to show me a little bit more muscle at this standpoint to move higher in the class today. Congratulations.
All right, congratulations to our Class 2 of the beef feeder calves. Placing first in that class was Elijah Zick. Second was Nora Gens. In third, we had Hayden Gibbs. In fourth, J.J. Murfeld. In fifth, Ada Wiedenfeld. In sixth, Jocelyn Edmonds. Seventh, Avery Skalitsky. 8, Matthew Erkey. And 9, Natalie Gibbs. Over on the south end, for our first class of crossbreds, in first place, we had Evan Wyert. In second, Isaac Wyert. In third, Weston Wyert. In fourth, we had Naomi Skalitsky. In fifth place, we had Alex Dishno. In sixth place, we had Safira Gentleman. In seventh place, Paige Lester. Entering the ring right now on the south end of the arena, we have Class 2 of dairy crossbreds. Right now, in the north end of the arena, we are showing for champion beef feeder.
We get our first and seconds out here for our champion beef feeder division, and I think this is neat. It was just explained to me that after this we're going to have some futurity cattle come in that were shown here last year as feeders. So, being very careful of this selection here, because I suppose if these cattle come back next year and get placed, somebody may send me a message and let me know what I did wrong this year. So nonetheless, I think that's a neat program, and really it represents what we're doing here in 4-H and FFA in our youth division and our junior producers. So really, this is an impressive. Those are 4 awfully good animals, 4 that I think are going to be extremely competitive moving forward in their respective careers. These 2 lightweights I thought were really, really close, and then we've got the 2 heavyweights. There's certainly some differences in development there and in size, but I think the quality runs deep throughout. I'm not going to talk about each one of them. I'm going to go out and I'm going to pick a champion in reserve, and then we'll get back into this futurity. But congratulations to all of these feeder calf
showmen, exhibitors. I think that'll be really neat. I'd love to come back next year and see how these things develop. But anyways, congratulations to these exhibitors. I'll go pick you a champion reserve.
Congratulations, our champion beef feeder was exhibited by Elijah Zick. Our reserve champion beef feeder was exhibited by Naomi Skalitsky. All right, entering the ring on the north end of the arena, we have our beef feeder calf futurity show. So we'll have our beef feeder calf futurity show starting on the north end of the arena. We are moving directly into our feeder calf futurity show. So again, the beef will be coming in at the north end. Our dairy and dairy crossbreds will be coming in on the south end.
In our second class of dairy crossbred steers, I'm going to go with the Baldy calf at the top of this class here. I think a steer calf that is moderate in his frame, but shows me some promise of muscling. He's wide through that loin, has some dimension to that round already, and I think can kind of grow into himself and be a quality steer for your 2027 Dodge County Fair. The calf in second gives up some of that muscle, but yet I think still kind of blends together quite well. I think he can fill in, I think he can body down, have some extra product to him, and I'm going to project that he's going to do just that. The steer in third, just a little bit heavier bone kind of animal, a little more front end. It gives up some of the width of top in the overall round that we started out the class with, but again, a steer that I think has a tremendous amount of promise. The problem steer for me is our next steer here. Just a little heavier fronted. Like to smooth him out from that shoulder into that loin junction. I think he might grow into himself, but then again he may not. But he's showing me some things that concern me here today, and we're going to call him out on that. We round out the class with some animals that just need more product. They may grow into that. I think they've got the pieces to do that, just not showing as much muscle, not as much muscle volume here today to place higher in the class. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our Class 2 of dairy crossbred feeder calves. In first place, we had Carly Erke. In second place, Hayden Toutant. In third, we had Everett Klug. In fourth, Olivia Klug. In fifth place, Hazel Brexbrecker. In sixth place, Rosemary Breitsprecher. And in seventh place, Elena Halfmeister. In eighth place, Casey Salmi. We'll now be showing for our champion and reserve champion, dairy crossbred feeder calves.
I'll be honest, I don't get a chance to judge a lot of prospect type of situations. So if there's some feedback, I surely would welcome that. But really what we're doing is kind of halfway between what they are today and projecting where they're going to be a year from now. And that's really how we have to handle a prospect show. I think there's a clear winner for me in this class, and that's going to be the Baldy steer that this young lady's got. I think we can put on another 1,000 pounds onto this steer, I think he's going to be a force to be reckoned with. He's got that loin eye in him, showing me some depth of that round, and I think a steer that's really got a promising pattern going for him. For reserve champion, we're going to go to the smaller steer. He's given up about 200 pounds of weight here today, but I really like the pattern that steer has. He may not have as coarse a muscle pattern as the steer that we picked as champion here today, but I think he follows in that mold quite handily, and he'll be a reserve champion for your 2026 Dodge County Fair.
Congratulations, our champion crossbred feeder calf was exhibited by Carly Erke. And our reserve champion dairy crossbred feeder calf was exhibited by Evan Wyert. We will now work on, we'll now have coming in on the south end of the barn, we'll have our dairy futurity calves. These are going to be our dairy futurity followed by our dairy crossbred futurity.
I can't help but, wonder what these cattle looked like a year ago. But I think they kind of sort themselves out pretty handily here, and there's certainly some differences in type and kind. I think when we get to this weight, most of them are ready for the rail, especially here at the top end. But the calf that I'm going to start with, the black and white calf, to me was just the most complete, the most well-balanced, the most fault-free. A calf that I think, is just so well-balanced from end to end. He's trim and neat through his front 1/3. He's smooth through his shoulder. He's smooth from their back. Love his muscle design and the smoothness that comes with it, and one that's as functional as he needs to be. Is he the most functional and sound in terms of his movement? I don't know about that, but at his weight, he doesn't have to move too much longer. The calf that comes in next, a calf that he's big and he's powerful. There's a lot of product in that guy, but yet with that amount of product, he still carries it so well. He's still so athletic and so functional. Those kind of cattle, we can feed them to 1,500 pounds and not have to worry about structural issues. And that one right there is an example of that. Probably the problem in my class here is the steer that comes out in third. I'm guessing he was a real man a year ago and probably was a cool little prospect steer. I still love him today. This little guy is built for comfort, not for speed. He is as wide as he is tall. There's a ton of product in that little guy, And when it comes to producing cattle, I'd like to just extend him a little bit, give him a little more growth. But that calf, there's a ton of meat right there. I appreciate that about him. He's a smaller scale. And with that, he's really starting to open up in his chest and open up wide. A calf that when he gets out and moves, he doesn't do so with a tremendous amount of comfort. He wants to get pretty tight in those ankles. He's, just one that I just like to kind of stretch him out a little bit all the way around, but a really nice calf full of meat there. The one that comes next, this calf, I think he's favoring his right back foot there. Didn't probably help him any, but a calf that kind of resembles our class winner in terms of completeness and balance. A calf that, he's kind of struggling to get around the ring himself today, and I think that's problematic for him. But on the standstill, I do appreciate the completeness of this calf, his depth, his muscle, a calf that's smooth in that muscle design and one that's going to cut a really nice carcass. The calf that comes next, I think, follows, probably as complete and probably as well balanced as anything we have in the class, but gives up some muscle when we get behind him. Maybe just not quite as much there to that calf. I thought this calf and the belted calf behind him were pretty close in that in their placing, but I think this calf had the advantage in his levelness atop, his length of spine, and just a little smoother build. The belted calf, when this one first came in, he really kind of grabbed a hold of me, and I thought that one's going to be awfully competitive in this class, and he is. I think that's attributed to the depth that this class has, but that's a really functional kind of a calf. I mean, really a market steer, deep in his design, deep in his stifle, got some meat in him, got some muscle, and one that can yet still get out and move. Now, his advantage in being able to do so is he's a couple 100 pounds below some of these other cattle. The one that comes next, I'll tell you what, from the joints up, I like this calf. I like the way it's designed. As you see him get out and move right now, I just can't move him up any higher with that type of structure on both ends of his skeleton. Just entirely too straight for me, and is really struggling to get around the ring. Fortunately, he doesn't have to do that much longer. He's at a weight that he's ready to go to town. The calf that ends up the class, love this one's extension and length of body and just his overall build. That calf is just a little farther behind some of the others to move him up any higher today. In another 200 or 300 pounds, when that calf is kill ready, he may be at the other end of this class. So really a nice group of futurity steers there. Hope those kids have done a good job with them since last year. Let's give them all a nice round of applause.
All right, congratulations to our beef feeder calf futurity exhibitors. In first place was Jocelyn Edmonds. In second place, Callie Zupke. In third place, we had Natalie Gibbs. In fourth, Avery Skalitsky. In fifth, J.J. Murfeld. In sixth, Cora Wagner. In seventh place, Hayden Gibbs. And in eighth, Melinda Murfeld. So our champion beef feeder futurity winner was Jocelyn Edmonds. Our reserve champion was Callie Zupke. And our beef rate of gain award also went to Callie Zupke. Let's give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
we don't have to project anymore. These are last year's feeder steers, and I would say they've all grown out quite well. They've been well taken care of. There's a few bushels of corn that's happened between then and now. And with the beef market, I think there's animals in the ring here that you've done very well with. The animal that we're going to start with is going to be the white steer at the top of the class. I think he blends adequate condition with maximum muscling. He's in that 1450, 1500 pound range, which for a finished Holstein steer, to me, is kind of a good target weight. The steer in second follows him quite handily. I think he gives up some of the width of top that we started the class with here today. But I think a pair of steers that if we wanted to keep analyzing them could probably go back and forth. We're going to simply prefer the white steer here today. We're going to get into a pair of steers that these guys are massive. I mean, both these steers are in the 1,700 pound range. We see that proverbial football in the brisket. They are finished. They are probably going to be low prime in their quality grade. I think that we're just going to have a little bit more waste when we get to that locker floor come Monday. And I think we just needed to move them down in the class just a little bit. But two steers that these exhibitors did an amazing job with. We get into another pair of steers here that are a little more frame. I think condition-wise we're okay, but we start to lose some of the muscle pattern, the muscle mass that we started out the class with here today, especially this black steer, just a little bit more waist to the middle of him that I'd like to trim that up just a little bit if we were going to change him. But again, both steers that are market ready here today and are very quality animals in their own right. We'll round out the class with an animal that really profiles well. We really like him from a side profile. We start really looking at him. I think he just needs more time. He at 1250 for a Holstein steer, that's just not enough. We need to put another 150, 200 pounds on this animal to really make him market ready, but a really good class of futurity steers. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our dairy futurity show exhibitors. In first was Kennedy Christian. Second place was Saphira Gentleman. In third place, Kayla Meyer. In fourth place, Bentley Gentz. In fifth place, Ainsley Damrow. In sixth place, Matthew Erkey. And in seventh place, Everett Klug. Our champion dairy feeder futurity exhibitor was Kennedy Christian. Our reserve champion was exhibited by Sophia Gentleman, and our dairy rate of gain award was Bentley Gentz. Coming the ring in this time is our final futurity class of our dairy crossbreds. take a moment to welcome our dairy beef judge today, Marlon Subra. He's from Taylor, Wisconsin. He says he's a lifelong 4-H and FFA member, and that he really loves working with our youth and appreciates the opportunity to work with our youth from Dodge County. Let's give a big Dodge County welcome to our dairy beef judge today, Marlon Subra.
I needed more to hold my stomach in check. Hold my stomach in check. Or maybe it's all your I don't know.
really quality class of futurity steers here. I think they've grown out quite well. The disadvantage that 4-Hers, FFAers have in marketing is your markets today. If we were feeding a feedlot, we'd be pulling out of this feedlot when they're ready. Some of these animals have overshot the fair. Some of them still need a little bit more time, but today is market day, so that's kind of our target here. The black steer that we start out the class with, I think, kind of blends the ideal weight that I'm looking for with a tremendous amount of muscle. He's really wide through that loin, deep through that round. And I think a steer that is going to hang a very timely, very quality carcass. The steer in second, I think, gives him a run for his money. Maybe just a few pounds heavier than the steer we started out with. Maybe just a little more front end, which could be some waste in this guy. But I think from a muscle standpoint, he keeps up with the animal ahead of him here today. Just a little concerned about that cutability on that front end. Third place steer, just a little plainer made steer, but I think, again, timed well for the fair here today. I think condition-wise he's good, gives up some of that muscle that we started out the class with. My problem steer is my number 4 steer. I just really, really like this steer, but I think he's overdone. I think if we take 100 and 150 pounds off this steer, we could really do some damage at the top of this class. He's a very wide top steer, very muscular in his make, but he's carrying just a little extra condition for me here today. He's easily going to be a prime steer, but there's going to be a little extra waste to come Monday at that locker floor. We round out the class with some steers that are just a little bit more frame here today. Give up some of the muscle pattern that we started out in the class. Just like to give them a little more product, maybe trim up their middles just a little bit to give them a better cutability score. We're going to round out the class with a steer that I think needs a little bit more time yet. I'm not sure we're going to hedge that he's going to be low choice. We could put another 100, 150 pounds on this animal and make him more market ready. But a great class of futurity steers. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our dairy crossbred futurity winners. Placing first, we had Avery Skalitsky. Second place, Alexander Disho. Third, we had Weston Wyatt. In fourth, we have Paige Lester. In fifth place, we have Casey Salmi. In sixth, Matthew Erkey. In seventh, we had Evan Wyatt. And in eighth, Everett Klug. So our champion crossbred feeder futurity exhibitor was Avery Skalitsky. Our reserve champion dairy crossbred feeder futurity exhibitor was Alexander Dishno. Our dairy crossbred rate of gain award winner was Evan Wyatt. At this point, we're going to take a break. We're going to plan to start about 1 o'clock. Okay, obviously I didn't look at my clock. We're going to start about 1:35. With the dairy on this end, we're going to start with 2 classes of dairy steers on this end, just to try to keep us even on both sides. So we're going to start with dairy on the south end with 2 classes. North end, then we'll, after the first 2 classes of dairy, we'll start with beef on this end. All right, we're going to get ready to start this, the dairy beef classes. We're entering at the south end of the Farm Progress Arena. So if you are in Class 1 of our dairy beef, please make sure you're getting lined up outside the door so that we can get started. Once again, we are getting ready to start our dairy beef market classes. Dairy beef and dairy crossbreds will be on the south end of the building. The north end of the building will be the beef. So at this time, we are calling for class number 1, dairy beef. Let's get them checked in and in the ring. If you're just joining us today, we're just starting our market classes. On the south end, we have our dairy and dairy crossbreds. And our judge today we have is Marlon Subra from Taylor, Wisconsin. Marlon is a lifelong 4-H and FFA member. He loves working with the youth and appreciates the opportunity to work with the youth of Dodge County. Let's give Marlon a big Dodge County welcome.
If you're on, you buy a beer, we'll be all right.
We're starting out our dairy steer class. We're going to make this quite simple. We're not going to talk about feet and legs. We're not going to talk about structure unless it really starts impacting, because generally there's two things that we're looking for in market steers. We need adequate condition, maximum muscling. As we get up into the higher weight ranges, it becomes easier to get that condition. At the lower weight ranges, condition is a little bit tougher, and this class is no exception. I think we have two steers that I do believe are market ready in this class, and they move themselves to the top of this class. They are still marginal in their make. I think they still, each one of them could have put on another 100 pounds and still be solidly in a marketable state. But the two steers to me that qualify are at the top of this class. We're going to start with the young man steer at the top here. I think he is the steer that has the most width of loin, most dimension to his round. I think he has enough condition for me here today that he's going to go low choice, and he will top your lightweight steer class. The steer in second, I think models where we started the class with quite a bit. We have just a little more front end, which could be some waist on this steer. I think he keeps up with the steer ahead of him in muscle and condition. I do put him as low choice as well. We've got four steers here that I'd like to put 100 pounds on each one of them. They really do need more time on feed to be adequately market ready. For a Holstein steer or dairy breed steer, we need to feed them hard, we need to put them on corn, and we need to put the pounds to them. All four of these steers are going to be Select Plus, which is going to qualify for your auction tomorrow night. But all of them probably could have used another 100, 150 pounds. But even with that, we needed more muscle structure, more the beef side of things than the dairy side to really be market ready. Congratulations.
Congratulations to the winners of our Class 1 dairy beef. Placing first was Coy Leppo. Second place was Adam Roach. In third place, we had Emmett Hopp. In fourth place, Connor Schneider. In fifth place, Everett Klug, and in sixth, Marissa Spoke. Coming in the ring at this time, we have class number 2 of dairy beef. And just for your information in the stands, the steers in this class range from 1,416 pounds to 1,541 pounds. Oliver Nichols from Beef Class 1. We're waiting for your steer at check-in. Oliver Nichols, Class 1 beef. They're waiting for you to check in, please.
We jumped up in weight pretty quickly in your dairy beef ring here. We've got steers at the top of this class that are 1,500 pounds, and for most Holstein steers, you're going to need to be up in that weight range to have enough condition and to fill out that carcass, because we're kind of balancing stature and condition. They're kind of enemies of each other when we're feeding out Holstein steers. The steer that starts this class, just a steer that I believe is conditioned perfectly for your Dodge County Fair. Steers do finish from back to front. We do have some fat fill in that lower brisket. That tells me that he is market ready and gives me the green light to start the class with him. Steer in second, I think, follows him fairly closely. I think we have the same muscle pattern in that loin and that lower round, maybe carrying just a little more front end than the steer that we started the class with. But I think a steer that handily fits into the second spot here today. The white and red steer, just a little bit framier kind of steer. We start to lose some of that muscle mass, especially in that lower round. Just kind of flattens out in that lower round for me here today. A little more heavy fronted, which could be a cutability issue come to that cooler place on Monday. We're starting to round out this class with some steers that have more frame. We just like to put a little more product with them, a little more muscle, give them more width of top. Give them more marginal in their condition. All the rest of the steers here are Select Plus. They will qualify for your auction. But they're really steers that could have used another 50 to 100 pounds of weight to solidly have enough condition to be market ready for your Dodge County Fair. Congratulations.
Congratulations to the winners of our Dairy Beef Class 2. In first place was Bryce Baring. In second place was Ellen Roach. In third place was Savannah Maher. In fourth place was Zoe Lenz. In fifth place was Mackenzie Leppo. In sixth place was Kennedy Christian. In seventh place was Ben Roach. And in eighth, Caden Leppo. In the north end of the ring, we have Class 1 of beef, and the steers in that class range from 952 to 1,153 pounds. Entering the ring at this time on the southern part of the arena, we have Class 3 of dairy beef. The steers in this class range from 1,530 pounds to 1,587 pounds. If you're just joining us, our judge today for the beef side is Ben Lowers. Ben is from Clinton, Illinois, and a third-generation cattleman who grew up raising and showing Hereford cattle and show steers of various breeds. Ben attended Lakeland College and spent his college years in early adulthood working for and alongside the Stewart family of Leedy, Oklahoma on their extensive club calf operation and assisting with numerous show cattle clinics across the country. He and his wife, Nicole, currently own and operate Lowers Show Cattle, where their daughters have exhibited numerous champions on the local, state, and national level throughout Illinois and the Midwest. They continue to raise Hereford cattle and club calves through a small herd of retired show heifers and market a select group of spring-born prospects each fall. Full-time, Ben serves as the chief of police in Clinton, Illinois, where he has served in multiple capacities over his 30 years. In the law enforcement profession, Ben has judged years in the law enforcement profession. Ben has judged shows throughout the Midwest, Florida, and Oklahoma, and enjoys working with show cattle families across the nation, crediting his family roots and mentors for his deep passion for show cattle. Let's give a big Dodge County welcome to our beef judge today, Mr. Ben Lowers.
Nice way to get our beef market steer show going here, and really nice class, and quite frankly, pretty striking one here to start the class. The Blue Roan steer, I think, kind of made his way to the top as soon as he walked in the ring. For me, I told you in the breeding heifer show, I'm kind of a first impression kind of a guy, and this one certainly reached out and grabbed a hold of me as he should. You know, he is just absolutely picturesque when you look at him from the side. A calf that I absolutely love. If you're going to draw one on a piece of paper, his front end is what you want to put on that paper. I mean, he is absolutely perfect from those shoulders forward. Love the way that his neck comes out of the top side of his shoulder blade, cool-headed, and yet sits down and so comfortable at the knee as we work his way back. He's a little flatter designed. Is he the stoutest, biggest, boldest one across his back? No, he's not, but he really profiles well. Love this calf's bone and footwork. He's sound as an alley cat. You know, this calf, you know, he needs another 250 pounds on him, and I think when he does, he's going to be a man of a show steer. Congratulations to you, young lady. That's a really nice calf. The calf that comes in second, absolutely. The calf that comes in second, the blonde steer, you know, he is kind of what the class winner isn't in terms of he's the big back, the big butted. I mean, he's got the meat to him. He's got the muscle to him today. Probably a little finisher quicking than that first place steer, but he also doesn't have the eye appeal and just the show ring presence of that first calf. This calf has got a tremendous amount of meat in him, a tremendous amount of muscle. He's big backed. He's opened up. Love him through his front end. He's still plenty immature headed, but he gets back there. He's bold through the rib structure. He's big boned. He's a little straighter and maybe a little stiffer off of both ends of his skeleton than our class winner, but a really nice calf and an easy way to start second. The next calf that comes out, you know, he's got the frame in the class, and I think really here from 3 through 7 or 6, I guess, you know, we run into some structural issues as far as I'm concerned. This calf here, super long-bodied, super long-spined, like that about him. Never really gave me a great look. He's not wanting to set up. He's kind of wanting to get out of here, and I get that. But a calf, for me, from third on, he was the most comfortable and the most athletic as he gets out on the move. The calf that comes in next, the black and white steer. I'll tell you what, on the standstill and from the flank up, I really like this calf. He's super smooth. He's super complete. Love the way he's built. He's big backed. He's big rumped. Calf that's wide pinned. I like that about him. He just gets entirely too jammed up, entirely too straight for me off both ends of his skeleton, and I think that's going to be problematic as he finishes these last couple hundred pounds. But that's a really good calf, very striking, a lot of show ring presence, really appealing from the side. I've just got to loosen that one up off both ends of his skeleton to move him up any higher today. The same thing with the next two. I thought this pair was extremely close. The red steer, like his juvenile build about him. I like the way he's built.
Just gotta give him some more angle on both ends of his structure to get him to get out and move. He's a little harder through the center portion of his body, maybe a little more difficult to get finished, but a really nice calf as you view him to the side. Same thing with the next one. Again, I thought this pair was very close. When this calf comes in, he's a little straighter in that shoulder, not wanting to really raise his head up, and that's an indication of the fact that straight shoulder, he kind of comes straight out of the top side of his blade. But a calf that, boy, the kid's done a nice job getting him ready in terms of getting his hair coat, and he's obviously put some work into him. Really nice calf, young man. The two that finish out the class, you know, nothing against them. Those are certainly beef cattle, maybe a little quicker finishing. They are probably the highest conditioned animals in the class. The market heifer here that comes out, you know, just kind of built for comfort, not for speed. I mean, she's finished. She's ready to go at a pretty low weight, which is okay. Just got to give her a little more extension and a little more flex all the way through. The white steer that ends up the class, you know, I mean, talk about meat and potatoes. This guy here, he's ready to go, and he's been ready to go. Plenty of condition on him. Just doesn't have the show ring appeal and show ring presence as some of those up ahead of him to move any higher, but certainly a very functional kind of a beef steer. Let's give them a nice round of applause. That blue roan steer that wins that class, he's awful good.
Congratulations to the winners of our Class 1 beef. In first place, exhibited by Lexi Lambert. In second place, Camden Atkins. In third, Autumn Lewick. In fourth, Chloe Kelm. In fifth place, Elena Halfmeister. In sixth place, Oliver Nichols. In seventh place, Kennedy Wagner. And in eighth place, Casey Salmi. Entering the ring at this time is class number 2 of beef. The steers in this class weigh anywhere from 1,091 to 1,230 pounds.
You have to appreciate this class is 60 pounds from top to bottom. So basically all these steers are weighing the same, carrying the same weight, but they don't all carry it the same way. So, you know, that's how we have to be critical and start to sort through this. We're going to go with the red and white steer at the top of this class. I think he's a steer that's conditioned right for your Dodge County Fair. I think for his frame and for the condition he's carrying, I think he's about right for where we need to be today. When we start to analyze him, he is the whitest loined animal in the class. He shows me some dimension to that lower round. The steer in second, just a little bit heavier fronted type of steer, gives up some of that lower round that we started out the class with. I think it is a close placing. The steer is giving up 40 pounds to the steer above him here today. I think trim-wise, I think he's about right. Maybe could have even stood a few more pounds to make him market ready, closer to market ready. The big white steer here, we start to get a little bit more front heavy on this animal. That's going to be a cutability issue when we get to the locker floor. I'd just like to deepen this steer down in that lower round, just give him more dimension there to move him up higher in the class. We've got another 2 steers here that carrying a little bit more frame, a little bit bigger type steers. Don't have quite the muscle pattern that we started out the class with here today. I do think they are solidly in the low choice category, but steers that I would just like to bulk up a little bit more, give them more width of top, more dimension to that lower round. The white steer here, just a little heavier fronted type of steer. I'd like to give him more round, give him more loin, just give him more product, take a little bit of that off that front here today to move up higher in the class. We've got 2 steers, very production oriented kind of steers, just need to give them more product, more depth of that loin, more dimension to that lower round to move up higher in the class of steers today. Congratulations.
Congratulations to the winners of our Class 3 dairy beef. In first place was Brenna Drager. In second place was Ellen Roach. In third place was Safira Gentleman. In fourth place, Charlotte Rake. In fifth place, Connor Schneider. In sixth place, Hudson Parr. In 7th place, Paige Lester. And in 8th place, Ainsley Damrow. Coming into the ring at this time on the southern end of the arena, we have class number 4, dairy beef. The steers coming into this class range anywhere from 1,589 pounds to 1,699 pounds. Making a show like this work, we started at about 9:30 this morning with the show. It takes a lot of people to help coordinate things, so we'd like to take a moment to thank them. We'd like to thank Joe Kern, who works as the beef ringman, Casey Lenz, who's also a beef ringman, Jesse Christensen, who's a dairy ringman, and Jake Kern, a dairy ringman. We'd like to take Samantha Stetz for our dairy check-in, Ralph Paul for our beef check-in, Lucas Kern for our beef clerk, Jackson Christensen as our dairy clerk, Megan Gunther working our computer, making sure everything's entered correctly, and Alice Kern taking care of our ribbons. So let's give all these people a big round of applause and thank them for their help today.
I'm going to ask her to pull that one up there so I can look at her, but about 40 years ago, my grandpa said it doesn't take long to look at a good one, and young lady, you have got a good one. This is a really nice red market heifer to start the class. You know, we're at this point that these cattle weigh in mid-12s. You've noticed I've not put my hands on them yet. I wouldn't necessarily expect most of these cattle to be ready to go to the sale barn just yet. But this red heifer, I mean, not only is she phenomenally put together and phenomenally presented, young lady does a fantastic job on the end of that halter as well. But when you get past that presentation, I told you early on I'm a sucker for a show cow, and I tell you what, this one was built for the show ring. I really like this heifer, but when we get past that even, you get down to just the height of this thing, this is a good animal. She is super, super complete, so well balanced, so deep, so bold through her rib, fresh enough through her front 1/3. She's got the angle. She's sound. She's relaxed in her knee. I like that about her. Just so deep, so bold. Carries that so low and gets out and moves. Love her bone work. Love her footwork. Just all the way around. That's an awfully good animal, young lady. Congratulations to you. The heifer that follows her up in class, I think, does so, is certainly the same in type and kind. You know, you'll notice that the first two in this class are market heifers, and so, this one follows her in type and kind, probably gives up a little bit of the power and the boldness, but I think is still kind of cut from that same mold. Super fresh, super smooth through her shoulder. Love that about her. She comes back. This one's maybe not quite as bold through her rib and stuff as the heifer that wins the class, but she's certainly adequate. You get behind this thing, she's got some muscle proportionate to her body. She's still sound enough for me. Those are two really nice heifers. The belted steer that comes out next, I thought, now we're getting into maybe just more functional type of cattle, and I thought the belted steer, I think we saw him a little earlier today. This is just a high cut ability, really functional, really complete, well balanced kind of a steer. Nothing that just jumps out and grabs you about him, but the more you look at at him, he's just super functional. That calf has got some meat in him from front to back. He's going to finish here shortly, and yet, you know, he works his way up here out of his soundness. He can get out, he can move, and, you know, I realize this isn't a breeding show, but these cattle in a feedlot setting have still got to be structurally sound. Structural soundness turns into comfort, turns into weight gain, and I really like your calf as well. The Hereford steer that comes out next, super lean, super long-bodied. I mean, this isn't a squishy-centered one by any means, but he's got a tremendous amount of length of body, super smooth. Love his smooth muscle pattern. That calf, he again gets to where he's at on soundness and just overall functionality. The black steer that comes next, I thought really followed the Hereford. I thought this pair kind of fit together really well. The calf that comes out next, I think, again, super long-bodied. This one is super smooth, flat in his muscle. You know, maybe doesn't have quite the muscle that the steer ahead of him does, but I love the smoothness about him, and yet he can get out and get super sound as well. That one is so just loose in his skeleton, gets out and motors around. That calf in another couple 100 pounds is going to eat real well. The red steer that comes out next, you know what? When I first looked at this calf, there's a lot of things I like about him. He is so big-backed and so big-rumped, full of muscle. Love that about him. Don't mean to hound on it, but this calf gets pretty coarse in his joints. His front knees here, he's wanting to buck out a little bit. He's got some swelling in those knees. That screams structural soundness and concern to me. But a calf that's super cool through his front 1/3, got a ton of meat and muscle in this guy. I just got to change him in his skeleton on both ends. The black steer that comes next, Avery doing a fantastic job. Let's give this young man a nice round of applause. He's doing a great job with his calf. The calf is really nice, long-bodied, kind of flatter-sided, but long-bodied. Got a lot of nice things about him. Just needs more time on feed, more pounds to move up any higher today. The White Park Influence calf that finishes the class, boy, probably the fattest one and the farthest along in his condition. One that I think we just got to get out, make this one take a little bit longer stride, a little more comfortable on both ends of his skeleton, and a calf that to me, he's a little heavier in his front end and a little lighter in his back. I just like to balance him out a little more from one end to the other and move some of that to where we could deepen him in that flank, deepen him in that lower rear quarter, but a really nice and a good cutability kind of a steer. Congratulations to that class, really nice class of market animals.
Congratulations to the winners of our Class 2 beef. In first place was Nevaeh Schumacher. In second place, Piper Murfeld. In third place, Cora Wagner. In fourth place, Wyatt Stowell. In fifth place, Melinda Murfeld. In sixth place, Jaden Sullivan. In seventh place, Avery Roberts. And in eighth place, Oliver Nichols. Entering the ring at this time, we have Class 3 beef, and this is on the north end of the arena. And the beef cattle in this class range from $12.71 to $13.07.
we're working our way up the weight range in the Holstein steers here. It gets to be a balancing act of condition and muscling, and I think we do have that with the steer that we start this class with. I think he still is reasonably enough trim to not have a lot of waste, but has enough condition that he's going to grade in that choice category, and he's going to win your class here today. The steer in second I gave a real solid look to, and I really admire the thickness and the overall volume on this steer. But at 1,680 pounds, I think he's just a little bit overdone. I've got him at high choice. Could have maybe even gone low prime with him. But I think there's going to be just a cutability issue with that steer. But he solidly fits into our second spot here today. The red and white steer, again, a bigger frame steer, so a steer that can carry a few more pounds. I think condition-wise he's good. He gives up some of the muscle pattern that we started out the class with here today. Just like to bolden him out through that loin, give him more dimension through that lower round. The white steer, kind of the same package, just a really wide top steer. We admire him for that. Just like to deepen him out through that round, maybe clean him up a little bit in that front end to give him a little more cutability to move higher in the class. The red and white steer, a big frame steer, again, I think condition-wise good for your Dodge County Fair. Just like to make him a little wider throughout to move him up in the class. The next steer here, again, I think condition-wise we're good. Just need more depth of that lower round if we're going to move him and do anything different with him in this class. Then we got this big old black steer here. I don't know if we'll ever get him finished. Some of these Holstein steers, a friend of mine gave me a suggestion the first time I was coming to the Dodge County Fair. He's a beef guy. He shows nationally. He said, just remember, every animal you're going to look at, this wasn't their intended purpose. So none of these animals intended to be beef animals when their mom was bred. So that's what we're dealing with, byproduct animals of the dairy industry. Some of them carry some muscling, some of them just keep carrying the frame, and this guy unfortunately has just got frame. Maybe needed to be fed a little bit harder in the earlier stages to curb that, but a steer that I think probably could have used another 100 pounds here yet to really be market ready, because he is handling fairly lean here today. Congratulations.
Our winners today from Class 4 of our dairy beef, in first place was Brody Baring. In second place was Toby Drager. In third place was Bryce Lenz. In fourth place, Charlotte Rake. In fifth place, Safira Gentleman. And in sixth place, Coy Leppel. And in seventh place, Matthew Erkey. Coming into the southern end of the arena at this time, we have class number 5 dairy beef. And the cattle in this class ranged from 1736 to 1815. If you've been to the Dodge County Beef Show before, and if you were at the sale last year, you know that we had some issues with the PA. One of the things that we want to do is we had some Generous donors step up this year to create some new lighting in here and ventilation, as well as the new PA. Everything is in. We're still trying to learn a little bit about some of the controls. We don't quite have that done yet. But please take a look at the sign by the entrance at the southern end of the barn and thank those donors that made this a much more comfortable place with the lighting and cooling and a PA that's working.
Well, they just keep on coming, and really a nice class here in this top pair. You know what? If you're going to cut out a silhouette of one, this gray one's what you cut. I mean, this guy, I know I kind of rant and raved about that market heifer in the last class, but when it comes to show steers, and if you're a show steer guy and you appreciate show steers, this is a show steer. Fantastic steer, young lady. Again, this guy not only profiles, I mean, he is fitted to an absolute T. I'm not sure that he's got a hair out of place. He's got so much show ring presence to him that got him here to the ring today. A upper 12s, I believe, calf that is just super complete. I love this thing. From a profile standpoint, his front end, I mean, literally, if you're drawing cattle and doodling on the back of your math problems, that's what you need to be drawing. That calf is so cool through his front 1/3. He's so big boned and yet gets out. He's so soft and so comfortable and athletic at the ground. Love him through his top and out his hip. He's a little flatter made than the one that comes in second. He's not the boldest one in the entire class, but he's certainly adequate enough. He's big backed. He's a little flatter made, but that is a really, really cool show steer. And I'll tell you what, another 100 and 150 pounds, he's going to wreak some serious havoc on the big scale. The calf that comes out next, not blessed with the hair that the one in first was, but I'll tell you what, when we look at this calf, he is super bold. He's super complete. Love this calf. When you get behind this thing, he is so explosive, so big hipped and so big topped, and yet comes into a really nice neck. Love the way his head and neck comes out of the top side of his blade. He's smooth enough shouldered for the caboose that he's carrying. You know what? He's pretty smooth through his engine there. A calf that gets a little smaller footed, maybe isn't quite as big and erratic boned as the calf that leads the class, but that's a really, really complete steer. I'll tell you what, young lady, when right there where he's kind of cocking off and got his ears forward, that's quite a show steer as well, and one that's just super, super powerful. Really nice pair to start that class. The steer that comes out next, I think we get into two steers that just, to me, say balance and complete, and that's what they are. Don't have the bells and whistles on them, maybe, as those two show steers that lead the class, but just really functional, really complete, really fault-free kind of cattle. The black steer that comes out, to me, I'd like to set that tail head down in him a couple of inches just to level him out through his top and out through his hip, and maybe a calf that I'd like to extend out through his front end. He ends up third because, quite frankly, I think he's just a little more flexible and a little more athletic at the ground. Appreciate that about him, but so deep-sided, going to be a really nice cut. And when the yellow steer that comes out next, I thought followed him in type and kind. A calf that, again, not a lot of bells and whistles about him, but just super complete, super functional, and fault-free. I guess what separates these two is I just like to make this one a little more comfortable off of both ends when he gets out on the move. But when he's on the standstill, very striking from the side, big-backed, big-hipped, really functional kind of a calf. Really like the profile of the Shorthorn steer. He on a standstill and a profile, I really like this calf. Like his length, likes his top, like the way he's constructed in the front end. So smooth shouldered, so good in that regard. This calf, where he ends up where he's at when you get behind him, just doesn't have the muscle, the overall muscle and expression as those cattle up in front of him. The calf that comes out next, probably the biggest framed calf in the class with the most extension, super, super long-bodied. This one's got a little ways to go yet and is going to be at a little heavier weight before he finishes, and that's okay. He just needs a little more time to get there to catch up with those ahead of him. Really a stout steer that ends up the class, and I think that's just indicative of how tough this class is. I really like this calf. He's full of meat. He's full of muscle. Where I've got to change this calf is on both ends of his skeleton and just free him up and make him a little more comfortable.
one that gets a little round in his hip, one that wants to roach up kind of there in his loin. Just like to level him out and make him a little more comfortable from his skeleton from end to end. Really nice class of steers or market animals there. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Congratulations to our winners from Class 3 Beef. In first place was Addison Lukey. In second place, Piper Murfeld. In third place, Samantha Zubke. In fourth place, Bentley Gens. In fifth place, Jocelyn Edmonds. In sixth place, J.J. Murfeld. In seventh place, Brenna Drager. Coming into the class on the northern end of the arena, we have class number 4 Beef. The cattle in this class range from 1324 to 1353.
I think we could put together a pretty good barbecue with any of these dudes here. I don't know if we could afford it, but it would be pretty good eating anyway. We're going to start out with the steer on the top of this class that I think kind of combines moderate frame with a tremendous amount of width of that loin, some dimension to that lower round. I think a steer that still is in the choice range here today. He's not overdone, but yet has the muscling to back that up. The steer that comes out second, I think a steer that's just carrying a little bit more weight, a little more front end, maybe not quite so much in that lower round. I'd like to deepen him out there. Condition-wise, I do believe he is a choice grade here today, and I think handily fits in the second spot. Third place steer is a steer that's starting to get a little bit bigger here on us, a little more front end, a little less back end, and that from a cutability standpoint is going to be a challenge. We start getting up into this 1,800 pound range in these steers. We can only cut the loin eyes so thin, and we start to have issues with that with a 900 pound or 1,000-pound carcass. The next white steer, kind of the same deal, just a really big boy. Like to trim him up in that front end, give him a little more dimension to that lower round if we were going to do anything with him here today. But a steer that is conditioned right for your Dodge County Fair, does have that fill and that brisket that we like to see, and a quality eating steer. We're rounding out the class here. We start to lose some of the muscling, especially the top width of loin that we started out the class with. Animals that are carrying a little bit more weight, but carry it a little differently than the animals at the top of this class here today. But a very good class of dairy steers. Congratulations.
Congratulations to the winners of our Class 5 Dairy Beef class. In first place, we have Bentley Gens. Second place, Kayla Meyer. In third place, Kellenmeyer. In fourth place, Levi Weekman. In fifth place, Alexander Deshoe. In sixth place, Alexa Vandezan. And in seventh place, Brody Baring. Coming in at this time, we have class number 6, dairy beef. The animals in this class range between 1829 and 1948.
a nice top pair in this class of smoke steers, and I'll tell you, I don't know that you could build them much more different. And to me, it's probably a little closer than the fitters sitting around ringside think that it is. The calf that wins the class, obviously he's the eye-appealing show steer profiling, presented calf here. Yeah, he's also the leaner one, and he's not as deep as the second steer there. But when you do get behind him and you get your hands on him, he's big-topped. He's got some turn to his loin there. I like that about him. He's probably a little more juvenile than the second steer. Those calves, in terms of the weights that they gave me, they're only a pound apart, and they're certainly built different. But I think for me, when it gets down to it, I think when you get behind this calf, he's a little more explosive out of his hip and wider in his pins. A calf that's a little smoother in his joint work, and to me just gets out and stands a little truer with a little more integrity on both ends of his skeleton. Really a nice show steer, no doubt about it. He's super eye appealing. He's not as deep as the second steer. He's a little tighter package, but at the end of the day, I like this one in terms of his joints, in terms of his expression over his top and his loin, and in his pins. Really nice way to start this class. The steer that comes in second, he is the deeper, he's the stouter, he's the more rugged of the two. I'll certainly give you that. He's also a little bit flatter made than the steer that wins the class, and to me gets just a little bit coarser in his joints, and especially back there in his hock, but are really deep-sided. There's a ton of product in this guy. Maybe just doesn't have the show steer bells and whistles about him, but very, very functional. Love the depth of body of this guy. Just like to kind of clean him up in his joints ever so slightly to get him around that one ahead. The black and white steer that comes out next, I think, probably wins the race in terms of length of body and frame size. Calf that maybe isn't as striking in terms of his presentation as the two ahead of him, but just super, super functional. This calf is big, he's long, he's smooth, he's complete. Very well balanced from end to end. Just a really good kind of a show steer. It's going to be very high cut ability. The next two steers, I had problems with them earlier. I got problems with them now. But the black steer that comes out, he's obviously favoring his back right foot. I don't know if he's got a little foot rot or had something up in it. So I don't believe that's not the structure of the calf near as much as he's had an injury or some type of an ailment. I think when you take that away from him, I think that he follows the calf ahead of him in terms of completeness and balance. We're certainly going to kind of give him a little bit of a break on the way that he's moving today. He's opened up in his chest. He's getting fat. A calf that obviously is not just not getting out and going today, and we get that. But when you look at him, he's deep-sided, he's long, he's smooth-muscled, he's got a big old top in him, just a really functional kind of a steer. The red steer that comes out next, he's there. When you talk about one being 12 o'clock, he's closer to 1 o'clock. There's a ton of product in that thing. I said earlier, he's as wide as he is tall. He's big-backed. He's big-hipped. I just got to extend this thing out a little bit and make him a little more comfortable on both ends of his skeleton. He's just a little quicker finishing. That's an awful good calf. I'm sure he was a whale of a prospect. Just like to give him a little more growth and extension to move him up any higher. The gray steer that comes out next, that calf, awful nice, awful long-sided, long-spined. Appreciate that about him. A little steep on both ends of his skeleton as he gets out here on the move and on the stand, but really just kind of a complete kind of a calf. The steer that finishes the class, kind of that same type, long-bodied, long-spined, big-topped, like that about him. He's got a lot of things going in his favor. A calf that, to me, we got to just get him a little more comfortable through his spine. He wants to kind of roach up when he gets out on the move. A calf that wants to round off a little bit in his rump there to move him up any higher today. But really nice class, nice pair on that top end.
Congratulations to our winners of our Class 4B. Placing first was Caden Atkins. In second was Landon Schultz. In third place was Callan Lukey. In fourth place was Avery Skalitsky. In fifth place was Natalie Gibbs. In sixth place, Mary Zwald. And in seventh place, Jaden Sullivan. Coming in the ring on the north side of the arena is Class 5 Beef. The cattle in this class range from 1367 to 1416.
All right, we found the overachievers in the dairy ring here. Every steer in this class is over 1,800 pounds. We have one steer that's 1,948 pounds. If you've ever been to a restaurant and had prime rib, this is where it comes from. But what is prime rib? It's rib, meat, of course, but what it also does have is fat. And it's great eating, don't get me wrong, but from an efficiency standpoint, maybe not the most efficient way of feeding cattle. So we can get too far. Packers, when they've got hooks going through their plants, they're really not looking for carcasses much over 900 pounds, and that's going to be a problem because most all of these are going to be 1,000 plus. So that becomes problematic, but we judge what comes to the ring. And so we've got the two lightest steers at the top of this class. I believe we've got the widest top steer. He's the widest loin steer. Of course, he's Holstein, so we'd love to give him a little bit of that lower round that the ring to my left has. But he's going to do the best he can here. But he's a steer that is solidly prime. But a steer that also has some muscling about him, and he's going to top your class. The steer in second gives up some of that width of top, some of that dimension of that lower round. I do think he is solidly in the prime condition, quality grade also. But I think he's still relatively trim enough that we can do some things with him when we get to the carcass contest. Then we've got two big guys here that actually I think the fair just came about 2 months too early for. Steers that I'd like to take 100, 150 pounds off, trim them up a little bit, and they would still have enough condition for me today. We start to analyze these guys. We just need more muscle. We need more product in them, more loin, more depth of that lower round to go with that big carcass that's coming at us here. That's going to hurt them from a cutability standpoint, but a really good class of dairy beef steers, or dairy steers.
Congratulations to our winners from Class 6 of dairy beef. In first place, exhibited by Caleb Weekman. In second place, Robert Maher-Tracy. In third place, Zoe Lenz. And in fourth place, Robert Maher-Tracy. Entering the ring now on the southern end, we will have class number 1 of crossbred beef. That'll be class number 1 of crossbred beef. The animals in this class weigh between 1196 and 1455. announcement, a reminder for our beef exhibitors. If you've not signed up for showmanship yet, please come up to the announcer stand so that we can get you signed up here. We'd love to see all of our beef exhibitors participate in their showmanship classes. So come on up to the head table here and have a conversation with Andy.
Well, again, a really nice pair of steers on the top end of this class, and I mean we're getting into the right weights here, in my opinion, in the the upper 13s, 14s, and the red steer that comes out, I think does so just super complete, and at this weight, he's still extremely functional, extremely athletic, and comfortable on both ends of his skeleton. Is he ready to kill today? I don't know that he's quite there yet. He's close enough. I mean, he's there, I suppose, but I mean, not certainly overly fat by any means. Still keeping some trimness to him. The calf that both of this pair of steers so deep in their design, deep-bodied, real moderate framed. This calf has really smoothed that through his shoulder. Where he has the advantage for me is his relaxation in his knee, the angle to his shoulder, the angle to his skeleton, and when he gets out on the move. When you get behind this guy, he's got plenty to him. He's got plenty of top. Just super functional. I think where this calf has the advantage and kind of easily puts himself in the top spot is when we get him out on the move and he shows his athleticism compared to the steer in second. Congratulations to you, young lady. This black steer that comes out second, when he first walked into the class, I thought he was going to be awful hard to beat, and he is. He's very high quality, very well put together. Young man does a great job getting him set. The calf on the standstill, when we take a look at him just from a distance, I love his depth. I love the way he's designed. I love the amount of product that there is here. He's expressive. He's got a big top, a calf that's starting to open up in his chest, a calf that I'd like to relax in that knee, and a calf that when you get behind him and when he gets out on the move, he wants to bow out there in the hock, wants to get outside of himself when he gets out on the move, but a really, really high-quality show steer, really good top pair there. Probably the sleeper in the group is the calf that comes next. Like I've said in previous classes, maybe doesn't have the bells and whistles in terms of show ring presence as those up ahead of him, but he's given him a better run than what you might think. This calf is super functional. He's super comfortable. He gets out. He's deep-bodied. He's deep in his stifle, deep in his flank. A calf that just super deep from end to end. Yeah, is he the coolest necked one and headed one? Maybe not, but he's smooth through his shoulder. He's smooth muscled from end to end. Just need to maybe reconstruct him there ever so slightly. He maybe gives up a little bone and whatnot, a little show ring presence and pizzazz in terms to run with those two ahead of him. But that's a really functional, really good kind of a show steer. The Hereford steer that comes out next, kind of the first of the leaner steers in my opinion. A calf that really long spine, really long backed. Love that about him. That calf's going to put some weight to him and some performance. Maybe not quite ready to go yet today for his weight. But a calf that, maybe we deepen him ever so slightly, but that's a really good, and especially in terms of a breed steer, that's a really good Hereford steer there. Just like to maybe stouten him up to move him up any higher today. The calf that comes next, more moderate kind of version,
like that calf, maybe fits in better with the size and moderation and frame of the two that come ahead of him. A calf that I'd just like to maybe move some of that front end to the back end just to balance him out to move him up any higher. You know, this bottom pair, you know, both of them certainly have some quality about them in their own respect. You know, I had first pulled them in different, and I went ahead and switched them, and I'll tell you why. The red steer, without a doubt, the leanest calf in the class, and for his size, he's got a ways to go yet to be fat and ready to go. I get that, but what I do like about this calf is I'm confident that he could put on however much more weight you want and can still get out and move, and that's where we have the issue with the calf that ends up the class. The red steer, again, super lean. You get your hands on him. There's not a lot there yet for his weight, but that calf, when he does finish out, super long, full of meat, really functional, can get out and move. He's here for the long haul and could put on all the weight he needs. The calf that ends up the class, man, he's got a big old back in him, big old top, and big rump. I like that about him. You know, he's ready to go, and I realize, yes, those wheels have gotten him as far as he needs to go. I get that, but that calf's pretty uncomfortable. As he stands there on the stand, he's wanting to rock over in those front knees. He doesn't have much flex at all in that pastern. A calf that we've just got to get him loosened up on both ends of his skeleton and a little more comfortable to get him out on the move. But really good, thick steer. Nice class of market steers. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our winners from Class 5 Beef. In first place was Taylor Hunt. In second place was Levi Weekman. In third place, Walter Lukey. In fourth place, Charlotte Paulnell. In fifth place, Elena Blaska. In sixth place, Lucy Stowell. And in seventh place, Hayden Gibbs. Entering the ring on the north end, we have class number 6 of beef. The animals in this class range from 14.29 to 14.55.
Feel like we're starting over here, but we've got the dairy cross steers now. So these are 50% dairy, 50% beef. So the question ends up being is which genetics actually came through, which ones are actually represented here or which ones are actually shown here. And we have some of both in this class. I think we start out the class with the biggest steer in the class. He's 1,450 pounds, but for his frame, I think he's still carrying it very well. I'm going to grade him as a choice steer, and he's going to handily win our class here today. The steer in second doesn't have quite as much condition. I think he has enough for me today. It's not overdone, but we've got a little bigger frame going here too. He gives up some of the width of top and the dimension of that lower round that we started out the class with. The Baldy steer comes next, a little smaller frame steer, a little easier to get the condition right on this guy, but he gives up some of the muscling that we started out the class with, but I think condition-wise he is ready for your Dodge County Fair. Then we got a pair of steers here that are just a little bigger framed, and they're carrying they're in the 1,400 pound range, but they don't have the muscling that I'd like to see the beef come through on these guys. I just like to see them wider topped, more dimension to that lower round, and just give them more product to move them higher in the class here today. Then we're going to round out the class with 2 steers that the fair just came a little bit early for. I'd like to put another 100, 150 pounds on both of these steers for the auction purposes. They are going to be Select Plus and will be available for the auction Thursday night. But ideally, I would like to see them 150 pounds heavier. But even with that, we need more muscle mass, more product, more width of top, more dimension to that lower round to move them up higher in the class today. Congratulations.
Congratulations to the winners of our Class 1 crossbred beef. Placing first was Toby Drager. In second, we have Naomi Skalitsky. In third, Braden Drager. In fourth place, Olivia Klug. In fifth place, Allison Egan. In sixth place, Everett Klug. And in seventh place, Oliver Stowell. Entering the ring now on the south end, we have class number 2 of crossbred beef. Cattle in this class range from 1463 to 1527. like to give another big thank you to, if you notice, we've got a couple of young ladies that are out in the show ring today. They've been out here all day taking pictures of our exhibitors and their projects in the ring. You can look up CMD Photography, Kathy Drexler, or you can contact Riley Tice. And let's give those two young ladies a big round of applause for all the work they're doing in the ring today. Hey, we just want to let you guys know that that the photos they're taking today are free. You can find them, some of them. The ones from Riley Tice are free. Go ahead. You can find her on Google, Instagram, Facebook. There'll be a connection to the fair website as well. So enjoy those photos.
I apologize for taking a little extra time in this class, and I'm sure there's somebody over there cussing me right now, but I'll tell you, that second steer, I really wanted to use him. Doing everything I can to try to justify it to myself, and I just can't. The calf that wins I think it's very close between these two, and there's certainly some give and take in it. And I'm going to tell you where I land on them, and today it's my call. So.
He broke the halter.
The steer that wins the class, he's certainly given up the fluff and the hair of the second place steer, but when we get down and really analyze this guy, he's so deep-sided. He's super complete, so deep-sided. You get behind this guy, he's got plenty to him. He's big-topped. To me, it comes down to soundness, and I think that's going to be obvious to anybody around the ring as well. This calf, when he gets out, sure, I mean, does he want to get just a little soft or maybe a little relaxed in his top? I'm okay with that, because then he can also get out and move, and he's comfortable when he does so. The calf's big boned. He's much softer at the ground. He's got a lot better angle on each end of his skeleton. Just super, super complete. Again, does he come with the bells and whistles and the hair and the fit of the second place steer? He doesn't. I mean, what you see is what you get. And at the end of the day, as much as I love flashy, hairy show steers, this is the better calf in my opinion. The steer that comes out in second, as I said, I so bad wanted to use this one. I mean, he is my speed in terms of he's put together, he's well presented. Calf didn't necessarily want to cooperate for, but when I get down to it, I love this calf, from the belly line up. He's just he's big top, big back, got a tremendous turn to his loin. Get behind him.
He's big and he's explosive. He's got a little more stretch and extension than the calf ahead of him, but where I just cannot move this calf up any higher. When he gets on the standstill, he's wanting to rock over on those front knees. He's wanting to get a little straight in his pastern on the back. I just got to loosen him up on both ends of his skeleton. I realize he's there. He's 1,450 pounds, but I just can't bear to use one that's going to be rocked over on his front knees the way this one is. Young lady, you've done a great job hanging with him. I know you've put a lot of work into that calf. He's cool as hell, don't get me wrong. I like that calf. Really nice pair to start the class. The calf that comes in third probably follows our class winner. Closer in type and kind, just a little more meat and potatoes. He is what he is. A really nice calf, super complete, super functional. He can get out, he can move a little. I mean, he does fine there. Wants to get maybe just a little bit jammed up. And maybe that's just him not being so comfortable out here. But I really like that calf as well. Again, I think he kind of follows that class winner in type and kind, maybe just not as stout as those two ahead of him. The yellow steer that comes out next, certainly I thought that was a close pair there. Again, from the shoulders back, I really like this one in terms of his smoothness of muscle. He's functional, he's sound, he's soft at the ground, he's comfortable when he gets out on the move. To me, the difference in this pair of steers is when we get in their front end. This calf wants to get a little heavy, a little masculine, a little coarser in his front from his shoulder forward, but a really nice steer in that regard. This Shorthorn appearing steer, when he comes out, you know, a calf that maybe not as stout and as expressive as some of those ahead of him, but I will tell you, when you get your hands on this guy, this one feels as good as any calf in the class. He's well finished, he's smooth finished, a calf that you know, and I think indicative of his breed, you know, maybe doesn't carry that muscle down as deep as maybe some of those calves ahead of him, but really a long-bodied, really functional kind of a steer. Young lady's done a nice job with. The next calf that comes out, the red steer, you know, he's kind of the odd one out in the class, and I don't mean that in a negative way necessarily. This guy is chunked full of muscle. I mean, he's a little four-wheel drive Jeep. I mean, he's got a ton of product in that small package. A calf that just gets a little coarse for me to move up any higher, a little coarser in his shoulder, coarser in his joints. Just like to smooth him out a little bit to move him up any higher today. The calf that winds out the class, really long-bodied, got some extension to him, got some frame size, got some growth in production. A calf that we just got to put a little more on him for his size and for his weight to move him up any higher today. Really nice class of steers, good pair on that top end.
Moving a notch up in the dairy cross steer class, I think I found the steer that needs to win. That's that black steer. He's one of the heavier steers in the class, but yet I think he carries the condition well. He is the widest topped, the deepest steer in the round in the class here today, and I think a steer that just kind of sorts himself to the top of the class. The red steer, I think, models him quite closely. A little more frame on this animal, maybe not quite as wide through that loin, but I think, again, a steer that fits the choice category here today and is prepared well for your Dodge County Fair. We get into a trio of steers here that are just a little more plainer in their make, a little flatter in their muscle makeup. Just not as wide in that loin, not as deep in that round, but three production-oriented kind of steers that I think are conditioned right for your Dodge County Fair. Just needed a little more product, a little more volume to them to move them up higher in the class. The problematic steer is actually my biggest steer in this class. He's the biggest framed. I don't know if this guy's ever going to finish. He's just really a big frame steer, can carry a lot of weight. He is the leanest steer in the class. For the auction purposes, he's going to be Select Plus, but ideally I'd like to put another 100, 150 pounds at least on this steer to make him market ready here today.
Congratulations to our winners in the Class 6 beef class. Placing first was Alana Blaska. Placing second was Nevaeh Schumacher. In third was Wyatt Warmka. In fourth was Cashton Atkins. In fifth was Abby Streeter. In sixth was John Blaska. And seventh was Oscar Stowell. In the ring on the north end at this time is Class 7 of beef. And the steers in this class range between 1463 and 1544. The results from our crossbred Class 2. Placing first was Adam Roach. In second place was Casten Parr. In third place, Avery Femright. In fourth place, Noah Roberts. In fifth place, William Lukey. And in sixth place, Braden Drager. Entering the ring on the south end, we have Class 3 of crossbred beef. The steers in this class range between 1504 and 1582.
Well, another nice class of market steers, and one that finds his way to the top pretty handily. Again, with every class, I think we've kind of had one that stuck out, and that's not been any more evident than in this class here. Really a nice steer. I wasn't able to get my hands on him, but at 14, upper 14s, I have no doubt that calf is fat, so functional. And, when we get up to that weight, it just amazes me of how functional and how athletic we can still keep these things and still fresh to get them up to those kind of weights. But certainly a show steer. Love the way this one profiles, and when you get on either end of him, I mean, he's built like a freight train. A calf that, if you want to get critical, and this is being awful critical on a really good calf, I mean, he's plenty deep in his neck, but he's fat. He wants to, just kind of wants to come out of the top side of his, he doesn't want to get overly cocky the way he comes out of the top side of his blade there. But I mean, that calf is super superb. Really, really well presented, really well put together, super square. Love his top, big turn to him. That's a really good show steer. The one that comes in next, if we can spin these things around where I can see them, I think this pair here is really, really close. The calf that comes next, you get your hands on him. I just really like this black and white steer. Just kind of no frills about him, no bells and whistles about him.
his color's a little bit deceiving when you look at him from the side. You wonder if he's deep enough, and then you realize that he's got that white belly. I think when you analyze him and study him long enough, you realize this calf's super deep. Love the way he's put together, just super complete and fault-free. The yellow baldy steer that comes out next, I remember him earlier, real deep-sided, kind of a no-frills kind of a deal. You put some hair on that thing and clip him out. I mean, he's going to be a stud. He's super deep, end-to-end, just real complete, real smooth, like a lot of things about him. The red steer that comes out next, or the orange steer that comes out next, I like a lot of things about this one. That calf would be real competitive in some classes before this one. One that, to me, once again, we've just got to loosen him up on his structure on both ends, let him get out, let him be a little more flexible and a little more comfortable on the move to move him up any higher today. The calf that comes in, the next one here, again, real functional, good kind of a market steer, one that wants to get a little shorter in his stride, a little finer in the bone in terms of his footwork and his leg work, but a calf really functional, smooth made, going to cut a nice carcass. The calf that comes next, biggest framed one in the class, also maybe the flattest and the narrowest in terms of his muscle expression, but a really high cutability kind of a steer. Done the young lady a nice job. Really nice class of steers, really powerful one there on the top end.
Congratulations to the winners of Class 7 beef. In first place was Charlie Kirscher. In second place was Jocelyn Edmonds. In third place was Callie Zupke. In fourth was Isaiah Younger. In fifth place was Elijah Gunther. And in sixth place, Mary Zwald. Coming into the ring now will be our final beef class, class number 8. And the steers coming in this class weigh between 1531 and 1809.
Keep working our way up the weight range in the dairy beef cross steer class, and we kind of have to blend the frame with muscling, with overall carcass quality. And I think we've got that in the moderate frame steer that starts this class. When we analyze him, he's a really wide top steer, has some dimension to that lower round, and I think a steer that solidly fits into the choice category. Steer in second, I think it's a close placing between these two. I think this second steer just carries a little more front end for me here today, which could be a cutability issue when we go to that cooler place on Monday. But I think two very quality steers that are conditioned right for your Dodge County Fair. The steer in third, just kind of a piece of steer to me, an animal that has a little more front end and just maybe a little longer sided animal, but doesn't keep up with the width that the top two animals had in this class. The leopard kind of steer, just kind of a cool color pattern on him. When you start analyzing him, he starts to fall apart a little bit when we look at the width of loin and especially that dimension of that lower round. Just like to deepen him down there to move him higher in the class. We got a big frame red and white steer here. I think condition-wise he's good. He just doesn't have the muscle pattern to keep up with the animals above him here in the class. We round out the class with two animals that we just need to deepen out that round. I wish they had a little bit more of those beef genetics, maybe not quite so much of the dairy genetics in them to place higher in the dairy cross class today.
To our Class 3 crossbred beef winners. In first place was Caden Leppel. In second place was Zoe Cook. In third place was William Lukey. In fourth was Bryce Baring. In fifth was Caleb Weekman. Sixth was Evan Wyert. And seventh was Allison Zwald. Coming in the ring on the south end is class number 4 of crossbred beef. Those steers weigh between 1606 and 1640.
I believe this finishes up our last class on the market beef side over here, and probably as uniform a class as I've seen all day long, and that's a compliment to these exhibitors and getting these cattle to that market weight and ready to go. The calf that wins the class, I think, does so rather handily. A calf that to me has the advantage across the board in terms of bone and footwork, and I liked his boldness and just his mass from end to end. The calf that's deep, he's square. I like the way he's constructed out of his hip. Carries that muscle down low and down into his flank. A calf that is kind of cool out through his neck and his head. Just to me, the most complete, most functional, most well-balanced calf in the class. I think the next pair gets awful close. I think there's a lot of similarities in these two, and again, I think it gets very close. It's kind of give and take. If you want to switch this pair, I suppose I'd have a hard time arguing with you. But two calves that I think are just super complete, well balanced, so smooth made. I think the calf that comes out here in in second, but of the leads the pair, I think does so. I like his depth in his flank and down into his stifle, and I think maybe one that's just plenty comfortable when he gets out on the move. The calf that comes next to the young ladies, very much in the same type. Again, I think this was really close. I like the way this calf's made, super smooth. Maybe got a little more front to him than the one ahead of him. I don't know. That's kind of splitting hairs there. But again, the same kind of a calf, really complete, really smooth. Like a lot of things about that, thought that was a real close pair. The calf that comes out next, the biggest calf in the class, boy, I hate to take anything away from him. I mean, he is a big boy, and he's ready to go. And we sell these things by the pound. You got to appreciate, you got to commend the young lady for getting him to that weight and being as functional as he is. That's a really good calf. That's a big calf. There's a ton of product there. To move him up any higher in this class of show steers, I've just got to make him a little more comfortable off his rear two when he gets out and goes. But I don't want anybody to let the secret out of the bag to him, but he don't have to take too many more steps on those back wheels, and they'll get him where he needs to go. But that's a really good calf.
Big product, lot to him. Just like to see him move a little better on those rear two to move him up any higher in this class. The calf that ends up the class, he's the compact version in the class and maybe the most different of the 5. A calf that, and we've seen a couple like him today. I take nothing away from him. There's a tremendous amount of product packed in that small package. The smallest framed one in the class, probably the most jammed up calf in the class, but he's beyond ready. He's ready to go, super smooth, a lot of product there. Going to be a nice cut on the rail, and he's obviously done a great job getting this calf ready and to that point. So really nice class of steers. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. Anxious to see these class winners all back out here together.
Congratulations to the winners of our Class 8 beef. In first place was Hayden Gibbs. In second place, Elijah Gunther. In third place, Josh Gunther. In fourth place, Natalie Gibbs. And in fifth place, Joshua Gunther.
This is one of those classes I'll probably replay in my mind tonight. I've got the widest top, deepest rib, deepest round steer at the top of this class. He just so happens to have the most condition in this class. I'm hoping it's not too much. He's high choice, but he's just a steer with a tremendously good carcass to him, and a steer that I think needs to be at the top of this class and win this class here today. The second place steer gives up some of that width of top, maybe a little bit trimmer steer, a little bit more frame to fill out on this guy versus the steer that we started with, but he just gives up too much muscle volume for me to overtake the steer that we started the class with. Then we got this throwing steer here, and I didn't really take that away from him, but he's a steer that is just a little patchier in his condition. Gives up some of that width of top and especially that dimension of that lower round compared to the steers above him in this class. We round out the class with steers that have quite a bit of frame to them. But they don't have the muscle. They trend more towards the dairy than the beef, and that's problematic in a steer class. Just like to bulk them up a little bit more, give them more width of loin, give them more total product, give them more dimension to that lower round to move them higher in the class here today.
Congratulations to the winners of our Class 4 crossbred beef. Placing first was Ben. Congratulations to our winners of our Class 4 crossbred beef. Placing first was Wyatt Breaker. In second place was Alexander Dishno. In third place was Kason Parr. In fourth place was Weston Wyatt. In fifth place was Avery Skalitsky. And in sixth place, Ben Roach. going to name our champions of our classes. The first and second place blues from the dairy classes, you need to be checking in at the south entrance of the, we have 2 classes left, the classes in the ring, plus 1 more. Please get your animals down here. First and second blues, we're going to select our dairy champion first. We're then going to do the beef champions, followed up by the dairy crossbreds. But for all of those, we want number 1 and number 2 from those classes.
We keep working our way up the weight range in the dairy cross, beef cross steers here. Condition-wise, we've got enough condition on all of these animals. I don't think we'd need any more. The steer to me that starts himself to the top is the most balanced steer. He's a really wide top steer, has a dimension of that lower rib, lower round. I think a steer that is maybe on the upper end of his weight range, but he's still carrying it pretty well because he's got enough frame to do that. Steer in second, I think, follows him pretty closely, pretty tight placing here. I don't think we have quite as much depth of that lower round in the second steer when we view him compared to the steer that started out the class. Steer in third, just a little bigger frame steer, a little more front end on him versus the back end. Like to deepen down that lower round to make him just a little bit more appealing from a carcass standpoint. Then the steer that I struggle with a little bit, he's a moderate frame steer. He is the fattest steer in the class. I have him as high choice. He is a very muscular steer, but I think from a cutability standpoint, it's going to hurt him. He's got just I'd like to take 50 pounds off of him to trim him up a little bit, and we might have been able to start the class with him. Then we've got a steer that just kind of now into this slot here. Just like to make him a little bolder through that top, deeper through that lower round, give him more the beef side of things and maybe not the dairy side. Round out the class with a real framey kind of steer. I think a steer that's got enough condition for me here today. Just needs a more power, more muscle, more width of top, more dimension to that lower leg to move him up higher in the class of dairy beef cross steers.
Congratulations to our Class 5 of crossbred beef. Placing first was Weston Wyatt. Placing second was Noah Roberts. In third place was Mark Roach. In fifth place, Mackenzie Leppel. In fifth place, Axel Vandezan. And in sixth place, Casey Salmi. Entering the ring at this time is our final class of crossbred beef. The steers in this class weigh between 1,719 pounds and 1,933 pounds. This will be our final class of the crossbred beef. Immediately following this class, we are going to name our champion market dairy beef. So if you place first or second blue in the dairy beef classes, you should be checking in at the south entrance of the Farm Progress Arena. Immediately following the dairy beef, we will be checking in the beef, the market beef winners. Those will be checking in at the north end. Following the naming of our champion market beef, we'll be coming back to the south end to name our champion crossbred beef. So the order again is dairy, beef, crossbred.
we've worked our way up to the overachievers of the dairy beef cross ring here. As much as I dislike the animal that I start the class with, I really, really like it. He is the widest top steer in this class, shows me the most dimension of lower round. Just a really easy profiling kind of steer. I wish he was 100 pounds lighter because I do think he's on the upper end. I have him as low prime. You know, that prime rib is going to taste really good out of this guy someday, but it's going to have a pretty good layer of fat to it. But I think he's a steer that needs to win the class. He is a little overdone in my mind, but every steer in this class is, so he's going to win the class. The red and white steer gives up some of the muscle mass that we started out with, some of that dimension of that lower round. I think he, again, is going to be low prime, but I don't think he has quite the muscle package that we started the class with, but handily fits into the second spot. Now our Baldy steer here, just a bigger frame kind of steer, gives up some of that lower leg. I don't think there's quite as much product. There's more front end in this guy, which is going to hurt him from a cutability standpoint when we get to that cooler place. We get into these other steers, they do have more frame. I just like to widen them out, give them more of the beef characteristics instead of the dairy characteristics. They are all well for the fair here today. Taking 50 pounds off of each of them probably would have helped them, but we have to evaluate them on what they are here today. The steer that rounds out the class at 1933 is just too much. He's going to have a carcass that's going to be well over 1,000 pounds, and that's going to be problematic for most cutting floors. But a really good class of dairy beef steers. Congratulations.
Congratulations to the winners of our Class 6 Crossbred Beef. Placing first was Paige Lester. In second place, we had Hudson Parr. In third, we had Shale Bruins. In fourth, Mark Roach. In fifth, Blake Bruins. In sixth, we had Evan Wyatt. And in seventh, Matthew Urke. At this time, we are going to be naming our champion dairy beef. So our first and second blues are checking in at the southern end of the Farm Progress Arena. Again, it's important that we have both first and second because we're going to need to name our top 5. As soon as the dairy beef is done, we are going to name our champion beef. So again, 1 and 2, placing first and second in the beef classes today will need to be ready. Following the naming of our beef champion, we will go into the crossbreds. Again, we'll need first and second of the dairy beef crossbreds, checking in at the south end of the arena. We will then name our supreme once we've named each of those champions. And just a note on the awards, the committee ordered the banners a long time ago. They're not here yet. You will get them. There's a chance they may even arrive today, but I just want you to know that they are coming and you will get them.
I just want to reiterate how special this is. I mean, I don't think you could go any place else in the state of Wisconsin and put together this many dairy steers. We are the dairy state after all. We have a lot of cows, we have a lot of calves, and I tip my hat to you that we feed a bunch of them out here in Dodge County. That's a pretty cool thing. And to be able to sort them here today, I think is pretty interesting. Of course, they're going to be different than the beef. We're going to go a little heavier weight on these. We do need to feed them harder in order to get marbling and get them finished correctly. And I think we've got a good representation through all the classes here today of that. And we've talked about them in class. As a judge, at every fair, I get a chance to make one exhibitor think I'm a genius. This is one of those stages. Everybody else will leave the ring, and I guess that's just the way it's going to be. It's one person's opinion. You know, we can discuss it if you'd like. If you're really passionate, I would encourage you to get your judge's license, and then you would be the one that would have the say. Lord knows we need more judges. So you know, just I just when I say that, but not much, because I really believe that it's the reason why I judge. 4-H was the most influential thing in my life. At 10, 11 years old, if somebody would have said, yeah, you're going to have a microphone in your hand, you're going to talk in front of a bunch of people, you're going to say, yeah, you're crazy. Because I was the shy kid. I was the one that just really didn't talk to people. I was kind of an introvert. And then 4-H kind of pulled me out of my shell. I got a chance to show and got the chance to meet a lot of neat people. Then I got old, and then they kicked me out. So then I had to find another way of getting involved, and that's why I judge. I love working with youth, not always parents. Sorry. Yeah, you know, I just, this is a competition, and I appreciate that. I know which end of the class I want to be on, but at the end of the day, it's one person's opinion. Whether we agree or we agree to disagree, that's the way it has to be. And I just respect the fact that we can sort these animals and have a lively discussion. Ultimately, we're raising livestock, but ultimately we're raising youth, and we do need to remember that. And be good role models for those people. So, well, this is the chance I get to make one exhibitor think I'm a genius, so I'm going to take that opportunity. we're going to use a 1,600-pound Holstein steer as our champion. I think we need to have them that big if we're going to be doing the Holstein thing. It's different than the beef guys. And I'm not saying the beef judge is wrong. It's just different. I mean, it's just a little different package. And him and I talked about this, and it's a different package here. But it's one that I think we can do well. It's a steer that's got a tremendous amount of muscle about him. We talked about him in class. And I think weight range, he's in that 1,500 to 1,600 pound range is kind of where I need to be for my Holsteins to get enough condition, enough marbling on him, and he's going to be your champion. From there, we talked about all these animals. The red and white steer just gives up a little bit of muscling, but still very trim in his make. A little more frame to him maybe, carrying that condition just a little bit easier than the steer that we started with. But two very good steers. We picked some alternates, and that's what they wanted me to do. So we're going to go on to beef.
Congratulations to our top 5 champion dairy. Our champion is exhibited by Brody Baring from the winner of Class 4. Our reserve champion was exhibited by Brenna Drager, from the winner from Class 3. Placing third was Toby Drager, and he was the second blue, 4. And then we have in fourth, Bentley Gentz, who was the winner of Class 5, followed by Kayla Meyer, who placed second in Class 5. Congratulations to our dairy beef exhibitors. Follow right now, we have our winners from the beef classes coming in the ring. Once we name our champion beef, we'll go ahead and name our champion dairy cross. We will then move directly into senior showmanship. If you haven't signed up for senior showmanship, there is still time. Come find us at the table and chat with Andy, and we'll get you guys signed up. But again, immediately following the naming of our champion crossbred, we will go into senior showmanship. We have a good problem here in Dodge County. We have lots and lots of youth signed up for our showmanship classes. So we will be dividing the showmanship classes into heats. They're working on finalizing that right now. As soon as they have that broken down, we'll get the information to you.
ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. You need to be really proud of these kids that are out here. When I say it's a privilege to get to judge these cattle shows, I absolutely mean that. I've worked hard, had some success, and very appreciative of everything that has come to me in my life, and especially in the livestock industry and breeding cattle. But it is absolutely a privilege to get to come out here and work with your kids. I've had a great time doing it, starting with the open class when we had some little kids out there. I'll be honest, I probably haven't interacted as much with these kids as I would have liked to today, just to try to get through them. But it truly is a privilege to come out and work with the kids. As I look down this lineup of 18, I guess I say steers, but market animals, I'm extremely impressed. I knew very good and well. I've had the opportunity to come to Wisconsin and judge 3 or 4 times now. I grew up showing against folks from Wisconsin and them coming to Illinois as well. You know, when it comes to the beef show cattle industry, some of the most competitive in the entire country for multiple decades have been right out here out of your home state. Be proud of that, and I can see that Dodge County is no exception to that. I know that this is the time in the show where I talk to the kids and I tell them that they need to thank everybody that got them here. I absolutely mean that. You need to do that. I don't want to sound so cliche, but I understand. I believe Marlon is going to judge the showmanship. Is that correct? So this is my last opportunity on the microphone. So bear with me for just a moment. I promise you that there is no one under this roof that is more competitive about show cattle than I am. From the time I grew up showing very competitively to our kids, we raise a few calves, we sell some calves. I promise you I'm as competitive spirit as there is in this building. But let's not lose track of what we're really here for. And first I want to talk to these kids. You know, as I look across this, I see probably a lot of teenagers. We don't see a lot of the little bitty kids out here. But I want you kids to listen to something, and I want you to listen close. There was a time that you were that first-year kid, that second-year kid, that it was all you could do to hold on to the halter of that great big animal. And you know what? You looked up to somebody. Quite frankly, there are kids back there in that barn, little kids who are watching you. They want to be you. Dang it, they go home and they practice being you because they idolize you. No matter how competitive we get, let's not forget that someone is looking up to you, and let's give them the best damn version of yourself that you can ever give them, okay? Set that example, be the leader, because you are being watched a lot closer than you realize. And to the parents, you know, I've been the competitor. I've been the show dad. Our kids, our 2 daughters have recently out-aged from 4-H and FFA, and so I know what it's like, what it feels like when it's over. If you listen to my biography, I've spent the last 30 years in law enforcement. I grew up agriculture. I grew up showing cattle, but I made the turn in my early 20s to law enforcement. I love it. It's been very rewarding. But understand that I work with people on a daily basis who think that it's the worst day of their life. I've dealt with tragedy for 3 decades. I've seen the absolute worst of the worst. And I promise you, at the end of the day, there's a lot more important things in life than who wins this steer. Wins that lamb show and barrow show. Let's not ever lose track of what we're really doing here. The money that you've invested, I know how expensive it is. I know the time, the blood, sweat, and tears. I look through this lineup, and as you know, I love show cattle, and I know it takes a lot of work to make show cattle. Those late nights in the barn, those early mornings, and the money that you spend in travel and everything else. Once again, I watch people every day spend things on a heck of a lot worse things than these animals. These animals, what you're looking at here in these bovine is not what you've spent your money and invested in. It's those people holding on to the end of those halters. And let's not forget that either, okay? Be proud of what you've done here. I've really enjoyed working through the cattle, working through the kids. I'm extremely impressed. I think we're going to have a tremendous top 5 here. I think if you look down this lineup, I told you early on, I love show cattle. I think show cattle have got to be functional cattle also. It's a market show. They've got to cut on the rail. They've got to be sound. They've got to be pretty. They've got to be powerful. I still like pretty ones. I like them well presented. Dodge County, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. I'm excited to go out here and select a champion in reserve, and I believe 3 alternates, so ultimately a top 5. Give them a big round of applause and be proud of your kids.
Okay, as I said, we have a number of, a lot of senior showmen, so listen carefully. Heat 1 of senior showmanship is going to be Paige Lester, Hayden Gibbs, Wyatt Stowell, Mackenzie Leppel, Evan Wyert, Piper Murfeld, Jaden Sullivan, Molly Wiedenfeld, Everett Klug, and Safara Janot of senior showmen. Have those animals ready as soon as we are done naming the champion crossbreds. But let's congratulate our champion beef exhibitors today. Our oops. Good catch. Our champion today, exhibited by Charlie Kirscher. Our reserve champion by Addison Lukey. Number 3, Alana Blaska. In 4th place, Taylor Hunt. And rounding out our top 5, Nevaeh Schumacher. Congratulations. Coming in the ring at this time for our final group of champions, we have our crossbreds. They're coming in the south entrance. And again, that'll be our south entrance for our champion crossbred steer. As soon as that champion crossbred steer has been named, we are going to move right into senior showmanship. I just announced the names of who's going to be in that first heat. So if you didn't hear that, come check it out. But we are dividing the classes into heats due to the number of exhibitors. Once again, when we talk about senior showmanship, we're going to be starting that as soon as we're done naming our champion showman. The first heat of senior showmanship, which you're going to enter at the north entrance, okay? All showmanship will enter at the north entrance. So our first heat is Paige Lester, Hayden Stowell, Mackenzie Leppo, Evan Wyatt, Piper Murfeld, Jaden Sullivan, Molly Wiedenfeld, Everett Klug, and Safira Getterman. Sophia Jenneman. All right, attention senior showmen. Heat 2. Heat Natalie Gibbs, Oscar Stowell, Lexi Lambert, Charlie Kircher, Kaden Atkins, Chloe Kelm, Avery Skolitsky, Abby Streeter, and Alex Dishu. Heat 3 is going to be Mary Wald, Elijah Zick, Noah Roberts, Caleb Weekman, Addison Lukey, Cashton Atkins, Landon Schultz, Taylor Hunt, and Callie Zupke. Those are our 3 heats. If you're not sure, come to the announcer's stand to double check.
Last time I had the privilege of coming to Dodge County, this class didn't exist. We had dairy beef and we had beef. The whole concept of beef cross was kind of an ambiguous kind of thing. We didn't really know how to handle it that day, and I was told that they were going to figure it out, and I guess they did, because we had quite a dairy beef show. This is the future. I mean, we've kind of married the beef and the dairy world here with the advent of sex semen. All of a sudden, we got all these heifers. And we didn't need all these heifers. And then these beef guys here, they kind of got short of inventory. We are the lowest beef inventory in 75 years in America. That's true, right? All right. I don't want to lie to people. So we got to invent new ways to make some more beef, and the way we've done that is put some beef semen in some Holstein cows, and you see the results of that right here. So it's pretty cool to see. We do see the beef influence in these animals, and I think that's only going to continue to grow, especially with the shortage of beef. I think we're going to end up having to do this to provide the. I don't think we're giving up on bacon cheeseburgers or steaks anytime soon. So if we're not going to do that, we got to figure out another way of getting those to the table. So when I picked my dairy steer, I told everybody that I got a chance to make one exhibitor think I'm a genius. Actually, today it's twice. So that's kind of cool. So at least I make 2 people think I'm a genius. So we're going to hand out some ribbons here and see if we can put a smile on somebody's face.
Congratulations to our champion crossbred steers. Our champion was exhibited by Wyatt Breaker. Our reserve champion by Caden Leppo. In third, we had Zoe Cook. In fourth, Adam Roach. And rounding out our top 5, we have Paige Lester. Congratulations. We are now going to start Senior Showmanship Heat 1. Please be checking in at the north entrance. Check in with Andy. Congratulations to our 4 that will be coming back. The winners of this heat of senior showmanship advancing are Paige Lester, Hayden Gibbs, Wyatt Stowell, and Mackenzie Leppel. Those 4 will be coming back. They're the winners from Heat 1. Coming in the ring now, we have Heat 2. Heat 2 of senior showmanship is Natalie Gibbs, Oscar Stowell, Lexi Lambert, Charlie Kircher, Chloe Kelm, Avery Skalitsky, Abby Streeter, and Alexander Dishno. So if you're following along with our showmanship class, we have a problem in Dodge County. We have so many kids that want to do showmanship, so that's a good problem to have. Right now in the ring, we have Heat 2 of senior showmanship. There are 3 heats total for our seniors. Once we get done with the 3rd heat, the top 4 from each of those classes are going to come in to name the top 4 senior showmen, because those are the young people that will be qualified to participate in Supreme Showmanship on Saturday night. As soon as the winner, those top 4 are named for Senior showmanship will go into the intermediate showmanship. Intermediate is grades 7 through 9, and that's divided into 2 heats. Heat 1 is going to be Allison Zwald, Levi Weekman, Alina Blaska, Ainsley Damrow, Lucy Stowell, Blake Bruins, JJ Murfeld, Jocelyn Edmonds, Maya Odenwald, Eli Gunther, and Ada Wiedenfeld. Heat 2 is Alexa Vandezan, Oliver Stowell, Kennedy Wagner, Rosemary Breitsprecher, Elena Halfmeister, Chael Bruins, Lydia Foyt, Samantha Zubke, Savannah Maher, Josh Gunther, and Zoe Lenz. Those are your heats. If you missed the name and you're not sure where you're at, just come up to the announcer stand so I can show you. But just so you can time things out for showmanship, Heat 2 of seniors are in the ring right now. Congratulations to the top 4 from Heat 2 of Senior Showmanship. Those exhibitors who are going to be advancing to the finals for Senior Showmanship are Oscar Stowell, Lexi Lambert, Avery Skalitsky, and Abby Streeter. We are now going to have our Heat 3 of Senior Showmanship enter the ring. That's Heat 3. Heat 3 of 3.
Yeah.
Our judge is starting to make his final selections for Heat 3. So if you were in Heat 1 and Heat 2 of senior showmanship, please make your way to the north entrance of the Farm Progress Arena. All right, congratulations to the 4 individuals that are going to be called back from this heat, from Heat 3. Those are Mary Zwald, Elijah Zick, Addison Lukey, and Taylor Hunt. Congratulations. They will be joining the top 4 from the first 2 heats. So from Heat 1, the 12 individuals that will be competing now for the top senior showman from Heat 1 was Paige Lester, Hayden Gibbs, Wyatt Stowell, and Mackenzie Leppo. From Heat 2, there were Oscar Stowell, Lexi Lambert, Avery Skalitsky, and Abby Streeter. And then again from this third heat, Mary Zwald, Elijah Zick, Addison Lukey, and Taylor Hunt. Let's give all of our senior showmen, exhibitors, a big round of applause. At this time, we have our senior showman finalists entering the ring. They are vying for the top 4 spots to be able to be eligible to compete in the Supreme Showmanship Contest on Saturday night. If you've not been here for the Saturday night Supreme Showmanship, I highly recommend that you come. The youth are all going to be placed into teams with 1 specialty for beef, 1 exhibitor from sheep, 1 for hogs, and 1 for dairy. And then they compete in teams, do all the showing, and have the opportunity to win some fantastic awards. So they're working hard out there to get that opportunity. Besides qualifying for the Supreme Showman, the winner of this of the senior showmanship will also earn an awesome sweatshirt, compliments of Compeer Financial.
got a different exhibitor would be preferred.
In Heat 1 of Intermediate Showmanship, I would recommend that you start making your way to the Farm Progress Arena at this time. And again, Heat 1 of Intermediate Showmanship are Allison Zwald, Levi Weekman, Alina Blaska, Ainsley Damrow, Lucy Stowell, Blake Bruins, J.J. Murfeld, Jocelyn Edmonds, Maya Odenwald, Eli Gunther, and Ada Wiedenfeld.
All right. I'm old school. I have the gray hair to prove it. So I ask questions. Some people say that's unfair because this isn't Quiz Bowl. I tell them get their own judge's card and they can do whatever they want. So that's how I do it. My question for the seniors is if we went to the meat case and we were looking for the front shoulder of a steer, what would we be looking for? Well, we'd be looking for a chuck steak or a chuck roast. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. So no, we talked to all the exhibitors, so whoever needs to go, whoever is fine, we're good with that. But my second question for the finalists here was, how many compartments does a cow's stomach have? It doesn't have 4 stomachs, it has 4 compartments. And most everybody in here knew that it was 4. So then my follow-up question is what are they? And most of the exhibitors at the top of the class were able to tell me, rattle them off. So you can't win showmanship purely on questions, because you still need to show, okay? But I do need to sort things out somehow, and questions is how I kind of do my fine-tuning. So we've got some really, really good show people. I mean, the top 2 in this class, I could probably go on another half hour and flip-flop and all that kind of stuff. I don't have that kind of time, but we had to make a decision, and we did give some pointers to everybody in the class. This is my favorite class of the day to judge, okay? If you've ever seen me judge before, you know that showmanship is my most favorite. I get to talk to the youth. We get to figure out who knows some things about the industry. And don't be afraid to engage the people coming through the barn, as long as it's done in a constructive way. You know, we don't need any PETA protests. We don't need anybody getting too radical. If that's the case, then you find mom and dad and you let them deal with it. But if they're just genuinely interested in animal husbandry and whatnot, talk to them. We're losing this. You know, everybody used to have a grandma and grandpa that was on the farm. We don't have that anymore. So people come to the fair thinking all these animals are all in shavings knee deep and get tied up with fans and all that kind of stuff. So no, just engage the general public. But a great class of senior show people, and I did switch animals. I'm, again, old school. I think you should be able to grab any animal out of the barn and show it. But these animals pick up on your tendency. And I could see that. You know, when you switched animals, some people had a good time with that and some people not so much. But I believe you should be able to show anything out of the barn, and I really appreciate the number of people that came out for showmanship. I believe every time you can get in the ring, do it. Because the more you get in the ring, the better you're going to be. Practice makes perfect. So thank you very much.
Congratulations to our senior showman. Placing first was Lexi Lambert. In second place, Hayden Gibbs. In third place, Oscar Stowell. In fourth place, Addison Lukey. In fifth place, Paige Lester. In sixth place, Wyatt Stowell. In seventh, Elijah Zick. In eighth, Mary Zwald. Ninth was Abby Streeter. 10th was Taylor Hunt, 11th was Mackenzie Leppel, and 12th was Avery Skalitsky. Congratulations. Up now we have our intermediate showman, which is grades 7 through 9. First heat is Allison Zwald, Levi Weekman, Alina Bleska, Ainsley Damrow, Lucy Stowell, Blake Bruins, J.J. Murfeld, Jocelyn Edmonds, Maya Odenwald, Eli Gunther, and Ada Wiedenfeld. That's Heat 1. Heat 2 is Alexa Vandezan, Oliver Stowell, Kennedy Wagner, Rosemary Breitsprecher, Elena Halfmeister, Chael Bruins, Lydia Foyt, Samantha Zubke, Savannah Maher, Josh Gunther, and Zoe Lenz. Ada Wiedenfeld, we're looking for you for heat. Disregard that. Okay, just so we can let you know in the barns that the junior heat of showmanship is just one class, as well as the beginning class is just one class. Congratulations to Heat 1 of the intermediate showmen that are getting called back for showmanship. Allison Zwald, Levi Weekman, Ainsley Damrow, Blake Bruins, J.J. Murfeld, and Jocelyn Edmonds. Coming the ring at this time, we have Heat 2 of intermediate showmanship. Congratulations to this heat, the second heat winners of showmanship, intermediate showmanship, Alexa Vandezan, Oliver Stowell, Kennedy Wagner, Rosemary Breitsprecher, Elena Halfmeister, and Josh Gunther. Congratulations. They'll now be competing against the winners of the first heat.
massage chairs and that shit. They got a bunch of different I don't know. They said they're also available. So I don't know where. I don't know what order that was somebody else's. I think they do, but I don't know. I asked them fast. They said they got awesome masks and stuff. Somebody else was
Congratulations to our winners of the Intermediate Showmanship. Champion Intermediate Showman today is Levi Weekman. Our reserve champion is Jocelyn Edmonds. In third was Ainsley Damrow. In fourth, Allison Zawald. Fifth was Blake Bruins. Sixth, JJ.
We got some really intense intermediate show people here, and I really enjoy working with you. I know these animals have been worked all day. Some of the animals are just kind of giving up, and that kind of ruins your day. Not a whole lot you can do about that. I mean, you just got to outlast them and try to keep your animals as calm as possible. We did give some pointers. My questions in this class is, what is the back leg of a steer called? It's called the round. If you're going to go to the meat case, you're going to look for a round steak or a round roast. It's the round of the animal. So that was what I was looking for there. Then when the finalists came out here, we were looking for, thank you, we were looking for the dressing percentage of steers. That was a little tougher question. You know, from what we have in a live carcass versus what's hanging in the locker, we expect about 60 to 65%. That's what I was looking for as a number there. So very good. We're on to beginner showmanship, junior showmanship. Okay.
At this time, entering the ring, we have junior showmanship. There's just one heat of this, junior showmanship. We have just one heat of junior showmanship. That'll be followed by one heat of beginner showmanship.
Andy, no William. William Mookie, no William.
This is a reminder that we will be having Supreme Showmanship for beef immediately following the naming of our beginner showmanship. So for our senior showman, we need Lexi Lambert. For our intermediate showman, we need Levi Weekman. And then the two other winners from the classes yet to go.
Is he trying to get that steer jumping again? Is that jumping?
I thought your Chris got it. I was like,
Melinda was the beginner one though. So it's the same, it's a shakedown.
Junior showmanship. We've got a young lady that outlasted everybody. I think she did. She was very calm and very collected. I can appreciate every time I looked her way, the animal was set up, and I really did appreciate that. My question. Yeah. Name 2 beef breeds. That was pretty easy for most everybody. I will warn you, though, crossbred is not a beef breed, okay? So, for future reference, crossbred's not a beef breed. But I accepted Hereford, Angus. Most everybody knew the animal that they were showing, so that was kind of an easy one, kind of a gimme question. But we did give some pointers to the exhibitors. Some of these animals are just kind of checked out. It's been a long day, and it's kind of unfortunate because I know there's better show people than what the animals will let them exhibit here. But great job with the junior show people.
Congratulations to our junior beef showman. Our champion today is Naomi Skalitsky. Our reserve champion was John Blaska. In third was Matthew Erke. In fourth was Olivia Klug. Fifth, Melinda Murfeld. Sixth, Charlotte Polnow. And seventh, Cora Wagner. Coming in the ring at this time, we have our beginner showman. Immediately following the naming of our beginner showman, we will have the supreme showman. First place winner in each of the classes.
stays in good shape.
Beginner showmanship, the intensity and the just the enthusiasm of it is really cool. I can report to you that every animal in the ring has a name. That's a very important thing when you're in beginner showmanship, that you have a name for your animal coming to the fair. Then I also asked, how much does your animal eat? And I get a charge out of that because they eat scoops and pails. I even had a pile tonight. They eat a pile of feed. We don't know how big that is, but they do, because they feed it every day. So that's what I was trying to get out of that. The main thing is just don't get blocked from the judge. We had some exhibitors over on the other side there, and I wish they would have just kind of moved ahead as we had people pulled into line, because I couldn't really see them, and if I can't see you, I can't judge you. So you always want to be seen. For showmanship, it's not for the timid. You want to stand out, you want to be seen. So just remember that. I want to give a round of applause to my ring guys. I mean, they have worked their butts off today, and they are show people from Dodge County. Much like me, they got old and they got kicked out. But this is how they choose to be back in the ring, and I surely, for one, appreciate that here today. So thank you.
Congratulations to our beginner showmanship winners. Our champion junior showman is Oliver Nichols. Our reserve champion is Weston Wyatt. In third is Zoe Cook. Fourth was Hazel Bretzbrecker. 5 was Eli Stellmacher. 6 was Nora Genst. 7 was Elena Christian. 8 was Carly Erke. 9 was Hayden Toutant. And 10 was Isaac Wyatt. Coming in the ring at this time are the winners of the 4 showmanship classes. So our senior showman today out here is Lexi Lambert. Our champion intermediate was Levi Whiteman. Our junior showmanship champion, Naomi Skalitsky, and our beginner showmanship winner, Oliver Nichols. They're competing for the coveted belt buckle. Congratulations to our Supreme Champion showman today, Lexi Lambert.
I really do not like putting seniors against beginners. I think it's extremely unfair. But I don't write the rules, so I just judge what comes to the ring. My senior exhibitor worked her way through 3 heats of people and will be my top show person. She's going to go on to the Supreme Showmanship. I was telling her up in the UP, I judged up there, they had 8 species involved in the Supreme Showmanship, including rabbits and poultry and horses and all kinds of crazy stuff. So this is going to conclude my duties for the day. I appreciate everybody that hung out with me the duration. I thoroughly enjoyed working with the youth of Dodge County. Good luck to you and your fair and your auction tomorrow night and the rest of your summer. I'm sure this might not be your only outing, so I surely wish you the best through the summer, and hopefully I get a chance to come back and work with the youth again sometime. Thank you very much.
Very early, and then the beef, and then the crops. Every year is a new problem. I mean, I can't complain too much because, you know what? Couldn't water it down this morning. Well, I said tomorrow morning we get up at 6 o'clock. Just clean our fucking barn out. Because that's what ours was. There was no good. There was like 20 animals sitting in there. Not ours. Not over here. one, two at a time, and then rotate out so that you're only taking up one now. It's about the same. Spigots. No. The door. The door is right there. Thank you, Andy. I thought it was so next year, do you want me to do the door? The door is the door is the door puts it off. Right. So that'll work. I'm up for election this year. So we don't know any of that stuff. Kind of let Mark and learn about I was talking to somebody in that farm, and they're like, well, somehow you don't want to spot shit out. And that's important to the fair. You know, it's not fair to sale. They got to wash them because nobody wants to see the shit out. I don't know how fucking slimy it is. Right. But I just said tomorrow morning, just get up at 4 o'clock, take every goddamn animal out of our fucking road, put them out. That's what they did. I swear to God, it's out of it. I mean, at the end of the day, it was fine. We had plenty of time. I didn't feel short of time.
You told me you were down by the show bar.
Okay. I wasn't short of time or nothing, you know, so it all worked out. But it was still just the principle of the fact is that we're not showing an animal at all today. Yeah, that was, I think, right. Right. And then you're going to force people to be late to clean because you want to clean. And then you got to get in your first class or whatever. But we're still walking. He had a bad experience with the pig wash rack this morning. There's for some reason they set pens up at the way end, right, go into the wash rack. And then, of course, people are being people just standing in a group blocking the pathway. Like, and you're trying to get your pig in to wash it before the show starts, and they're just people. Don't take it to heart. We yelled at by her.